Hello and welcome to this, our 222nd live stream, the master of all classes. This is, of course, a homage to our masterclass that we are doing right now on epigraphy. We showed episode 1 on Monday. Next Monday, we'll be doing episode 2, and then the final episode will be on the following Monday. So we hope you can join us for those. Those will be presented as premieres, and we think you'll get something out of that. Okay, we have only one piece of channel news tonight, which is that this Wednesday we are doing our special live stream talking about the book, the sequel to Reliquary of the Dead, All the Stars as Angels. And this is a very special live stream because we're doing it as a call-in. So you can do the normal live chats, and that's great, fantastic. We'll take all those questions. But we also allow people to actually video in to talk to me face-to-face as well on this particular live stream. Now, we got to be clear about this. We're not taking any questions on ancient Egypt or the Bible on that particular Wednesday live stream. Yes, we're going to do our normal live stream on Friday too. So don't worry. If you've got your questions, save it for the Friday live stream or put it in the live chat of the Friday live stream. But for this Wednesday one, it's just about the fiction. So we're excited about this. We had one 1 month after the release of Reliquary of the Dead, and it was fantastic. Spoiler alert, there will be spoilers. Lots and lots of spoilers. Okay? So, if you want spoilers, it's a great, it'll be your place, your source for spoilers, all the background secrets, spilling of the tea. And yes, if you have questions on the previous book too, Reliquary of the Dead, we'll take those as well. All right, so that's the channel business. And so let's talk about the rules of the live stream, and then we'll get into your questions. Rules are the same as they are always. Super chats have priorities. Okay, that's universal. Doesn't guarantee your question gets answered, but it does guarantee it gets seen. We do take non-super chat questions as long as you put a Q and a colon in front of it. We'll see it. Okay? We won't guarantee that we'll answer it, but we'll see it. No Q, no colon. It's pretty much invisible to us. Okay? Only post your questions once. That way we avoid question spamming. Unless you want to do super chats, and that's okay. But non-super chat questions will be if you question spam, your question will be disqualified for the night. If it's something from the Bible, we need context. Okay? So we'll need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse, so we don't have to go hunting for it. We also ask that if you sponsor a non-super chat, and we allow that, that you put the entire question into the chat so we can see it. We don't have to go hunting for it. It saves us time. And then finally, one question per chat. Question stacking is just not fair. And so if you question stack, what we'll end up doing is just taking one question and moving on. All right? So those are the rules. And we're going to start the night here with, let's just see here. First question here, and we're starting off with, I think, 3 or 4 non-super chats. And Zach asks, what do you think of the claim that the Red Sea the crossing of the Red Sea justifies infant baptism? I don't think it's a great claim. Just right honest. It's in some ways very similar to the argument that's used of, say, circumcision to justify infant baptism, which is that this was something that was done to the entire nation, and therefore infant baptism isn't a voluntary thing because there were infants at the Red Sea and at circumcision, and they went through the process too. The problem here is you have they're similar things, but they're not the same. And here's the problem with it. The problem with it is the same as circumcision. It's the exact same problem, which is all of Israel was circumcised. Okay? And we know that circumcision wasn't an ordinance of salvation. It was acceptance into the covenant community. Here's the problem with that. The problem with that is almost all of that covenant community were dirty ball worshippers. Okay? Circumcision didn't save you. There's no salvific effect to circumcision. There's a salvific effect to the crossing of the Red Sea, but again, this didn't lead to doesn't have the same sort of import that say baptism is supposed to have. Baptism is supposed to be a promise that you are going to live your life unto Christ. There's no promise that the person has to make to be circumcised. There's no promise that the people passing through the Red Sea had to make to pass through it. And as a result, most of the Israelites ended up being Baal worshippers. So, I don't think this justifies infant baptism. I really don't. In the same way that circumcision doesn't justify infant baptism either. Because it sort of guts what the meaning of the New Testament meaning of baptism is. If you got the New Testament meaning of baptism, okay, all those other symbols might allude to baptism, but they don't justify infant baptism. It becomes a category error. And if you've got a category error, you've now got a logical fallacy. So I just don't think it really sort of justifies that later accretion. So I hope that helps. But again, it's anytime you take an Old Testament symbol, you have to take it on its merits. Okay? And you can't just import everything from the New Testament and graft it onto the Old. Because then you start following into composition fallacies too, and that's not bad. That's a bad thing. You don't want to do that. So it becomes a reasoning error. So you can definitely say though that the Red Sea is a type that alludes to baptism. That you can do. But you can't use it as justification. Then it becomes a category error, and then you're in trouble. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, the next question here is from Pablo Marquez. When Hebrew dropped the Gaian, how did they preserve the sound in Gaza? Tradition! The fact is that Gaza has been constantly occupied for thousands of years. There was never a time when Gaza wasn't occupied. So, the locals preserved the pronunciation, essentially. So, when Hebrew, decided to drop the Gaian, it retained the pronunciation because of the tradition of that's how that particular place name was pronounced. So we have to kind of understand, even alphabetic scripts are in many ways beholden to um, um, pronunciation traditions. So it's like, okay, how do you pronounce OUGH? Is it through? Is it ought? Is it O? Uh, it really is the tradition of our language that determines how that string of characters gets pronounced. And it's no different with other languages. There is a tradition to pronunciation. And in this particular case, when the Gaian got dropped from Hebrew, they maintained the g sound of the Gaian. And they did that through the tradition of the place name. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. The next one here is from Harry Stark. How would David respond to radical pacifists who say, Jesus never talks about war in the New Testament, therefore we all must be pacifists who never participate in war ever? That's an argument from silence. So, I grew up with pacifists. You know, I grew up in amongst Mennonites. Okay, Mennonites are infamous pacifists. Okay, so I got to hear a whole lot about pacifism, and didn't buy it back then. Don't buy it now. You sure don't want to be much. Okay. So just because, the Bible never talks about the transistor radio. Does that mean you should never turn on a transistor radio? Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. They like to argue about pacifism. Oh yes. Oh yes. They argue about pacifism. It doesn't mean peaceful, it just means not violent. They won't come to fisticuffs over it, but they'll argue about it. This was especially true during the World Wars. A lot of Mennonites were seen as German. So, when they refused to fight in the World Wars, a lot of them were considered to be traitors to their local nationality. So, oh yeah, and it's during those times of war where pacifism gets most debated. CPM versus DOS. Warmongers love pacifists. Yeah, they sure do. But I also, I had a relative. I had a relative who was, who was a pacifist, and he also was a translator for the Allies after the war. So, pacifists weren't opposed to participating in war conflicts. They were actually just not supposed to be involved in the conflict. So there are shades of pacifism too. So it's got to keep that in mind. But yeah, I don't buy the pacifism arguments. I never have. And I think just because Jesus doesn't talk about war that's an argument from silence. It doesn't mean it's taking something he didn't talk about and then drawing a conclusion that either deprecated it or endorsed it. And you can't do either one in this case. So, Darkblade, I think a pacifist got medals for serving as a military medic. Yeah, that was you could see that in the movie Hacksaw Ridge. I think that was Daniel Dawes or something like that. Yeah, the guy served as a medic for an infantry platoon and ended up saving 75 lives. Yeah, Hacksaw Ridge was really good. It was a really good movie. Highly recommend that movie. Hacksaw Ridge was an excellent movie. It was based on a true story too. Muhammad Ali was a pacifist, quote, winky face. Yeah, he just didn't want to participate. Um, he'd been drafted and did not. He was an uncooperative pacifist. And he spent some time in jail because of it. So, Ryan asks, did your Mennonite friends also not believe in self-defense or just not attacking? Depends. Um, some of them believed. I mean, most of the ones I knew would defend themselves. Okay, now they wouldn't have guns or anything like that, but they had a baseball bat on them. Oh yeah. Oh, a lot of pacifists do self-defense. Okay, my dad. My dad. My dad was he was a pacifist, but boy, he would defend himself. He was a boxer. So was Muhammad Ali. He was also a pacifist. My dad was raised a Mennonite. When it comes to war, he was a pacifist. Yeah, you knew my dad. Oh yeah, he nearly killed a man. Okay. But he was. I mean, he was an ideological pacifist. My dad was an ideological pacifist. He was raised a Mennonite, and he nearly killed a man in a bar once. So take that for what you will. Live stream. There's some more Dr. Folk lore for you. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, Bonbon says the boxing is consensual though, not forced, and you don't tend to die. Yeah, well, my dad got into fights that weren't always you know, consensual. Graham asks, aren't they anti-alcohol? No, no, no. Mennonites are not anti-alcohol. They drink. Sometimes too much, but they drink. Methodists are anti-alcohol. Mennonites are not anti-alcohol. Count of Mercy. Now we know what religion you are. Oh, not even close to Mennonite. Not even close. Papa Falk uses melee and it's very effective. CPM versus DOS. The Amish around here have guns. That works too. Yep. I mean, people will. I mean, pacifists will self-defend. this is one of the debates within say these Anabaptist communities is, you know, do you defend yourself and your family? And the consensus is generally, yeah, they will. You know, if you push them around on the street and you mock them, they might not do anything. You come at them with a knife, and they'll whip out that shotgun and put 2 smoking holes through you. Or the pitchfork in the back of the cart. Oh yeah, they'll make short work of you. Bonbon says ancient Egyptians seemed more pacifistic. They weren't pacifist. They were apathetic. There's a difference between pacifism and apathy. Bonbon says, unlike say Assyrians who loved violence. Yeah, they were psychopaths. I mean, the Syrians, they love their violence. So did the Persians. Oh yeah, Persians love their violence too. Hugs. Am I the only one singing Amish Paradise right now? No, you're not. Definitely not. All right. Let's move on to the super chats here. All right, next, first super chat here is from 501 Mobius for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Why are people's heads depicted in profile in Egyptian wall paintings and inscriptions and not in front view? Okay. There are a few examples of inscriptions, that are in, say, front view, but they're rare. They're rare. They don't happen very often. You tend to see them more on plaster paintings than you do on in, say, cut relief. And it seems to be that the reason they chose this style was the fact that that walls themselves don't lend themselves to good detail when you show a face in front view. So yeah, it looks like a smiley face. So the mediums more or less controlled how they portrayed people. So they tend to portray people in profile because they could get a better image out of the cut stone that way. So now there were some, like for example, the god Bes was often portrayed in front view only. He was very rarely shown in profile. So in that particular case, it was a repertoire thing for Bes to be shown in full front view. And we do actually have a plaster painting of some dancers and some musicians where the women are playing instruments. You got one in profile, the one in the center is facing you full face on, and the other one is in profile in the other direction. So it does happen. It's just not very common. And it seems to be more for paintings that they did this than, say, for cut relief. So if they're incising into stone, they're going to use the methods that work best with that particular medium. And you really don't see a lot of say, front view work in any sort of artwork of the ancient world until you get to the Roman period, when frescoes are and encaustics start to become a medium of choice. Okay, You do see some gouaches as well. Like, for example, you do see some front-facing work on, say, coffin plaques that were used during the Ptolemaic period. So that's where you start seeing front views become normalized. But again, this is because the art medium changed. People aren't cutting their images in stone anymore. They're painting them in gouache, caustics, and in frescoes. Okay, so I hope that helps. This is a really important factor that a lot of art historians ignore. That the medium, what you're working in, really controls the type of work you do. No, you don't see flat statues because it's a 3D medium. So, you start seeing perspective used by the Greeks, and then perspective is picked up again during the Renaissance. So that's when you start seeing, but also too with the Renaissance, you had another art media innovation too, which is oil paints. Okay, so you can actually do blending, complex blending in oil paints. You can do it in gouache too, but it's more difficult. But the early Renaissance paintings were done in gouache. But I mean, gouache is a wonderful medium. I love working in gouache. Yes, they had paper as well, which also contributed. Yeah, yeah. So they would do their sketches on paper, and then they would put gesso on board, and then paint in gouache on the gesso. So, hope that helps. We digress. Okay, so, but yeah, that's why they did their work in profile, because the medium, that's what the medium allowed. Okay, next super chat here is some 3/4 crazed for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How are geophysical survey methods, seismic, resistance, GPR, etc., used in ancient Near Eastern archaeology fieldwork, if at all? Yes, they are used. They're very important. Now, seismic and resistance, not so much. Ground penetrating radar, yes, very much used. The other thing that's used is cesium magnetometry. Those two techniques are incredibly important and are used in archaeological work. In fact, they've done surveys, particularly in certain areas, like, for example, in at the city of at the town of Contir, the site of Paramses. You have a modern agricultural village on top of the entire site. You can't tear down the village to do a dig. So what they've done is use cesium magnetometry and ground penetrating radar to do a survey of the entire site without having to tear down the buildings. So they got a oh jeez. Darkblade, and now I got a mid-roll. You know what? I kept, you keep turning this stuff off. I've turned off. I've consistently through our live streams, we've never put ads intentionally in the live streams. After they show, yeah, okay. When they're on replay, yeah, YouTube can do its ads. But they're now just ignoring us on this. And this is really annoying. This is YouTube annoying. Whereas, they give you the option not to do mid-roll ads, and then they just ignore you. Ryan Cohen Camp. I didn't know live stream ads were a thing. They are. They've been a thing for a long time. And so I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. But we've never wanted our live streams to have ads through them. YouTube has just sort of started to say, yeah, we don't care what you think anymore. They've always YouTube does make these sort of imperious decisions. Like, for example, there one that really sort of bothered us is that they stopped sending us email notifications for comments. And they did that to everyone. They just high-handedly said everyone now doesn't get email notifications or comments on the YouTube channels. And it's really inconvenient because I get so many comments on so many videos that I can't respond to them anymore because I can't find them. So unfortunately, I can only respond to where I can because of how YouTube does things now. So Bonbon, can't you see the comments in YouTube Studio? I can, but it's really a mess. I got 700 videos. I've got 700 videos. You know, you can't really manage comments when you've got 700 videos like that. So yeah, you could sort of do that, but it's the interface for YouTube Studio is really awful. It's really awful. It might as well not. The comment stuff in there might not be in there at all. Okay. So they unilaterally change things whimsically. Yeah, they absolutely do. Okay, getting back to the question here. But yes, we do use ground penetrating radar and cesium magnetometry. Those are the two big survey techniques that are used in modern archaeology in the ancient Near East, and they're very effective. They are very, very effective. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, next super chat here is from Three Quarters Crazed for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What was ancient Egypt's relationship with cats? Were they kept as pets, associated with religious beliefs and practices, etc.? Yes. All of that, and a bit more. Okay. Cats were kept as pets. They were also allowed to roam wild in the villages. They were associated with the cult of Bast or Bastet, who's a cat goddess. They are venerated. They were believed to be the eyes and ears of the goddess Bast. People did keep them as pets. They also trained them as hunting animals. Okay, so I can answer that question, but yeah, overall, it's because of the of their utility in controlling rats, mice. They were seen as rat control, mouse control. Yeah. And they were used as hunting animals because what they would do is they would go out into the marshes with the cats, And the cats were trained to go into the reeds to try to get the mice that would flush out the ducks. And then the archers on the boats would go duck hunting. So they used cats kind of like golden retrievers, where they're used to sort of flush animals out. Okay? Darkblade, the word for cat in ancient Egyptians is similar to what it is in Chinese and Thai. Yeah, it's mew. Mew. Which is cool. It's cool. Because they're using the sound the cat makes as the word for cat. Ryan says, wait, they trained cats? The Egyptians were more powerful than I thought. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Cats are actually eminently trainable. They're very trainable. You can train a cat to use a toilet. No joke. Not many people do it, but they will use a human toilet. Yeah. Okay, so that's our fun with cats. Bonbon says that people say cats aren't even domesticated. Well, they're definitely domesticated, because domestication is a lot more than just, say, making them suitable for living with humans. They don't try to kill you much. Much. But domestication also is a process of biological change too. This is one of the things that people don't understand about domestication. Domestication is more than just making an animal suitable for use by humans. Domestication involves biological changes that take place over generations. They've noticed this in, say, domesticated foxes, that their facial profile changes as their diet changes. Same with pigs. Pigs are the same way. You can tell a feral pig from a domesticated pig from the changes, again, in its facial structure and its teeth. So even, Darkblade says dogs and wolves are still biologically part of the same species. Yes, but the process of domestication of wolves into dogs is a process of generations. Yeah, foxes are almost dogs too. But foxes also, when they start domesticating them, they underwent that biological change, that epigenetic change. So by that whole process of domestication is a lot more complicated than it appears on the surface. It's more than just behavior modification. It's dietary modification, which leads to epigenetic modification. It's a very complicated process. Okay, so there was something else I wanted to see. Where was that? I can explain this. SlamRN asks Kiara Falk, my profile pic always looks lame here when Dr. Falk highlights one of my comments. It doesn't happen anywhere else. Why is that? It's because of the masking. Okay? The OBS Studio masks the a certain color of really, really dark gray. Not quite black, but dark gray. Okay? So, and this is so we can do overlays. Now, if you happen to have that color in your profile pic, that's going to get masked. So what you, I'll even show you how this works here. Oopsie. Notice how I move your comment here, and how the texture underneath changes. See that? That's because the hair in Lucy is being masked. So, so there is a reason, and it just happens to be that you picked that color of gray in Lucy's hair, or Charles Schultz did, and it's just like a few smidges off of black. So if you want it to be more visible or opaque, either go with a lighter gray or a pure black. Yeah, the only reason she has color is she's on a dark background. So, Mama says just put her hair over your black shirt, Doc. That's one solution. The hugs. Lighter gray. Lucy, 50 years older. Yeah, she might actually start looking her age. Okay, that was fun. Does masking also explain my profile picture? Oh, let's just take a look here. Yep. Yep, you've used that same color too. Yeah, it's yeah, you can see that there is some masking there happening. So your turn to be, everyone wants to be dragged around now. No, you're fine. CPM versus DOS, you're not being masked. I guess there's a little bit of mask, a small touch of masking at the bottom of your DOS there. Just a few pixels. But not much. Okay. Alright, enough masking fun. But yeah, if you're using that sort of off black, that just few bits off of black, true black, yeah, it'll mask it. Doc is giving rides around the screen. All right, let's go on to the next one here. All right, next one here is from CPM versus Dusk, who asks a member question. Who would you consider to be the most incompetent pharaoh in Egyptian history? Or at the very minimum, the most bafflingly stupid? Oh, that's gotta go to Ptolemy the 13th. Ptolemy the 13th was young and stupid. Oh, he was an incredibly stupid pharaoh. You know, the dude picked fights with the Romans. You know, and the guy's like the kid's like 8 or 10, and he's just, oh my gosh. Ptolemy the 13th was just dumb as dirt. Dumb as dirt. And essentially his rule was essentially controlled by all his advisors, because his advisors spent most of their time trying to keep him out of trouble. So it was just, oh my goodness, the guy was just an idiot. Just an idiot. It's like, so yeah, the dumbest and most incompetent pharaoh in Egyptian history, Ptolemy the 13th. Hands down. Dumb as a brick. Okay, next one. I did see an early non-super chat that was pretty good too. Where did I see that? LJ Karnak. Do we know what year Amenhotep Koshef's firstborn died? Steady, if I remember correctly. No. Amenhotep Koshef's had a firstborn, but he didn't die during the reign of Seti. We're not exactly sure when Amenhotep Koshef's firstborn died. He was young. He was very young. He was believed to be between 3 to 6 years old. So that would probably have been roughly around Ramses II's 18th or 20th year. Okay, so sometime around then, in Ramses II's 18th to 20th year, Amenhotep Koshef's firstborn may have died. Okay, but we don't know exactly when he died. And we don't exactly know when he was born. So, because this is a young son, it could have been any time up until the death of Amenhotep Koshef himself. So, that's about all we know. It could have been as late as Ramses II's 25th year. Presumably, it would have been after Amenhotep Koshef married, which would have been roughly in Ramses II's 20th year-ish, maybe 18th year-ish, and then give 3 to 5 years for that child to either, depending on when he was conceived and when he was born. So sometime, I would say sometime between the 18th year and the 25th year of Ramses II is when Amenhotep Koshef's firstborn son would have died. But we don't exactly know when. His tomb doesn't tell us. So, hope that helps. Thank you for that interesting question. Darkblade goes, so Ramses lost his son and grandson in relative quick succession. Oh yeah, very quick succession. Yeah. There's even some suggestion that it was at the same time. Again, because that son was so young, relative to the younger age of Amenhotep Koshef himself. So. All right, move on to the next one here. Next super chat here is from a new name for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Could you quickly recap 2 questions I asked, but I didn't hear the answer? Why 2 generations in genealogies and Matthew and Luke? And who are the Hyksos of Egypt? Okay. You should probably go back and review the full video, the full live stream on that, because we did answer those questions. But the short recap here is that Matthew is the legal descent, basically the descent of inheritance through Joseph. Luke is the genetic descent of Christ. Okay, so that's it in a nutshell. Now, the Hyksos, they were Amoritic Semites who had migrated to Egypt during the 10th and 11th dynasties. and they basically set up shop and formed their own dynasty, the so-called 15th dynasty during the Second Intermediate Period. The Hyksos, the Amoritic leaders of the Semites there, they get out of Egypt at the end of the 15th dynasty. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we have want to thank SlamRN for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. We really, really appreciate it. It's supporters like you that do help us keep the lights on, pay the bills. So thank you so very much. Okay, Joseph for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How can I tell if a college is a degree mill? Several ways. Okay. There are lists of degree mills out there. If your college appears on one of those lists of degree mills, it might be a degree mill. Okay. The other thing is, look at the requirements the college has for degrees. Are you getting the degree inordinately fast? If it offers you a degree in 3 months, it's a degree mill. Okay. If you can fail your PhD and still get the PhD, it might be a degree mill. If it demands that your thesis for your PhD be only 50 pages, it might be a degree mill. If it doesn't ask for any prerequisites, like it's offering you a PhD without a master's or bachelor's degree, it might be a degree mill. Okay? This is almost turning into a skit that you might be a redneck. It's very similar, isn't it? Followers the shepherd. You mean I can't be an archaeologist in 2 days? No way! Funny that. You might be entitled to compensation. If your college is not Bonbon says there are some legit PhD programs that don't require bachelor's or master's. No, they're not. There's none. No. PhDs are terminal degrees. By definition, it requires a foundation degree. There are no legitimate PhD programs that don't require a bachelor's. Every PhD program on the planet requires at least a bachelor's. Terminal degrees, like they kill you? Yeah, exactly. What do you think I was talking about? Terminal as in terminal in education. Okay? That is, you have to have started an education to terminate an education. Bonbon, wait, really? Yeah. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Traditionally, this is how it works. Okay? You do your foundation degree as your bachelor's. That's your foundation degree. That's lays the foundation. Okay? Then the master's degree is extra coursework to master the subject. And the point of the PhD is to add new research on top of the subject that you've already mastered. Now, there are PhD programs out there that allow you to skip the master's. And I don't recommend that, but people do it all the time. And then you get these PhDs that don't know their subject very well. Yeah. Bonbon, I believe there was one in Wales and one in South Africa. South Africa has a bad reputation for schools. They have a bad reputation for schools. Yeah. Oh, bachelor to PhD is not uncommon in the UK. Yes, it's not uncommon in the UK, but you have to have that bachelor's. In the UK, you cannot do it without a bachelor's. Okay, there is no accredited PhD in the UK with that says you don't need any degree at all to have a PhD. Okay. Three-quarters crazed. I know a few people who try to go straight from to a PhD from a bachelor's, and I think they all regretted it. And that's very normal. Yeah. Yeah, that is very, very normal. Uh, see if I can find that. I see it. Jack Ray says Titus Kennedy, PhD from University of South Africa in biblical studies, by the way, and he says, um, if one of the professors who has a PhD in biblical archaeology can't tell the difference between Amorite and Ammonite, it might be a degree will. Oh, the people at ABR still hate me for this. They still hate me for this. They still hate me for this. Slammer says, I know a couple of astrophysicists who got PhDs without an undergraduate degree. That would be very exceptional. I don't know of any. I don't know of any. I don't know of any school. I mean, I know of PhDs who don't mention their undergraduate. Okay, but I know lots of people who don't mention their undergraduate degree. I don't know anyone who doesn't have one. No accredited college will do this. No accredited university will do this. If it's not accredited by a proper accreditation authority, it might be a degree mill too. Ryan says, what percentage of ABR would be considered actual colleges if they are loony? Uh, very few people at ABR are actual scholars. So, a lot of them have degrees. A lot of them have high degrees. Okay? Like Roger Young has a PhD in mathematics. What does this have to do with biblical archaeology? Beats me. Brian Wood has a PhD in Syro-Palestinian archaeology of the Iron Age from the University of Toronto. What does it have to do with the Exodus? Beats me. Douglas Petrovich got his PhD in Syro-Palestinian archaeology for the um, um, Syrian site of Tel Tayanat. What does that have to do with the Exodus? Beats me. So there are guys at ABR that have high credentials. You know, they're also just brainwashed into this sort of early Exodus prioritism. So, John Moffat, a house painter, became the first person admitted to a PhD program in Cambridge University without an undergraduate degree. He got a PhD in theoretical physics. Okay, that may be. But Cambridge also runs by its own rules too. I would have to look into that, see what's going on, because that's not normal. That's really not normal. I mean, how would he even have the math to pull that off? So, it's just like, okay, let's look up Moffat here. Uh, okay. Yeah, he's 93 too. John Moffat is 93. There were a lot of things that happened back then that wouldn't happen today too. Oh, that makes sense. Moffat was part of the Einstein crowd. He was in that cadre of special physicists, those continental physicists. Yeah, Moffat is an exception. Yeah. Uh yeah, those guys that hung around Einstein, Bohr, um yeah, they got a very very special exception to that. Um yeah, yeah, John Moffat is one of those really weird exceptions. And the way that used to work is if you were part of this group, this special cadre of physicists like Einstein, Schrodinger, uh, Bohr, Planck. If you were in that special cadre, you got special uh, consideration by universities because you were already contributing to the field. Okay, so so Bon. So you're saying all I need to do is revive Einstein in order to skip a bachelor's and get to a PhD immediately? Yeah, if you can revive Einstein, I don't think you'll have any problem being admitted to a PhD program. You can raise the dead. I don't think it'll be any problem at all. CBM DOS, I got this. Yeah, you know those guys like Moffat, Planck, Einstein, Schrodinger. You know those guys were a tightly knit group that sent each other correspondence. Okay, they did symposiums together. They were developing the foundation of the nuclear age, and Moffat was in that group. So that's why he got um you know, got that consideration by Cambridge. Those guys bore me. Could be. Could be. Bon. So they were like a Vienna Circle, but for physics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. These guys were discovering how the atom worked. They were absolutely a Vienna Circle for physics. So you know they were doing that cutting edge work before anyone else was doing it. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. So we did cover how can you tell if a college is a degree mill? No prerequisites, very few requirements, not accredited, on a list of degree mills. Um, um, very little supervision, in insufficient academic oversight. There's a lot of things that go into this, but generally those are the traits that you see in a degree mill. And fast. You get your certificate fast. Well, what you want out of a PhD too is you want an education that transforms you. Here's what the thing is. A PhD is not a piece of paper. You are the PhD. You are the final product. You know, because a good PhD radically transforms the way you think. So, mama, sketchy website, no board of directors. That also did too. Ryan Cohenkamp. With Canada Post, you literally can't get your degree in 3 months. Oh, oh, that's so true. So true. Well, I mean, it took me months to get mine. You know? The funny thing is, when I got mine, I was already living in Canada, and Liverpool had to mail it to me. I mean, my parents didn't even believe I was in England for a PhD. Really. It wasn't until I got the booklet for the graduation ceremony months before the degree itself. So I had to show my parents, see, my name's right here. Really, it is. What do you think I was doing in England? I wasn't enjoying the cuisine. Oh, boy. Good times. Good times. All right, next super chat here from Striding Hermit. For $5. Thank you for the super chat. Good evening, Dr. and Mrs. Producer. Looking spiffy. I pray all is well. Well, thank you. Yes. Yeah. We're working really hard. Like we always do. We're overworked, underslept, and not nearly as appreciated as we should be. But hey, we have been making some progress on some projects this week, and we're very excited about this. Finally got the rough draft to book number 3. This is book number 2, but the rough draft to book number 3 has been handed off to the alpha reader. We also have finished the cover art to book 3, and we will in due course do a cover reveal, and name they want to name. We're not ready for them. We won't be telling you the name until we do the cover reveal. Okay? So you gotta wait. Gotta wait. Mercy and Thane asked the question, is Dr. Falk a fan of Dune? Yes, I am. Huge fan of Dune. Love Dune. Not so fond of the Kevin J. Anderson series. But the original Frank Herbert series, all 6 books. I even like Chapter House. I love the original Dune series a lot. And big fan of it. I did actually meet Kevin J. Anderson once. I met him at a BayCon in something like 1998. This was before he had lost all his hair. He actually had a full head of blonde hair at a time. Doesn't have that anymore. So, age is cruel. But yeah, I've met Kevin J. Anderson. Um, yeah, yeah, looks nothing like he did. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the original Frank Herbert novels. I like actually all six of them. So, Mama says, "Doc, I misheard you. I thought you were a big. I thought you said I'm a big fan of Doom, Doom, Doom. I actually liked Doom too. Doom was a fun game, very fun game. I liked Doom. Uh, actually had it running on a PC once. CPM and DOS. I still play Doom 2. Yeah, why not? The Doom series was a fun game. It was a very fun game. I don't know about the remake, but yeah, Doom was an excellent game. It was a lot of fun. Doom music plays whenever ABR encounters Dr. Falk. Oh, they do not like me there. They really hate me. We just got an update. How much exactly they hate me. And it's visceral kinds of hatred that I would never expect from fellow Christians. Yeah, it's over a flippin' date, but yeah. Yeah, I would not have expected that they had such visceral hatred towards me, but yeah, I mean, I don't hate them. Certainly don't hate them. I have reason to hate them. I don't hate them. I mean, after all the dirty stuff they've done to me, I have a lot of reason to dislike them. But I don't dislike them. Yeah. Hey, if we're wrong, we're wrong. Yeah, absolutely. If we're wrong, we're wrong, and we'll be big enough to admit it. But, we don't want to hate them for being wrong either. I think that's I think that's very unchristian. Because everyone is wrong about something. You know? You do not want to hate a fellow believer just because they're wrong. Now, you can dislike them because of their bad behavior, but that's not it's not right to hate somebody just because they don't believe the same thing you do. Christian asks, what does ABR stand for? Associates for Biblical Research. That's what it stands for. So, I think we need to love our neighbor. We need to you know, love our enemy. So, I don't approve of hating on ABR. I can dislike a lot of the things they do, and I can call them out for it, especially when it comes to things that go beyond just deceiving people, changing data, blacklisting those they dislike. I think they have a lot of ethical problems, but I wouldn't hate them individually just because they're not correct. I mean, in fact, is they've even made inferences that I'm not even a Christian. They've made that in those inferences. They've spread those rumors, and I think it's really unsavory. It's just, yeah, one of their members did try to copy claim the haystack too. Yeah, just CPM Voss. Joel Kramer has called me an atheist. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I remember one of the first comments I got from them is that they said I was worse than an atheist. Worse than an atheist. Now that's a pretty harsh thing to say. Jack Ray, copy claim. Yeah, copy claim is when you use a DMCA takedown notice to basically assert a copyright claim over a video. Okay, that's what a copy claim is. And Titus Kennedy decided to go after the Haystack by filing a false copyright complaint saying he owned the video that I made. Okay, and it was a form of trying to harass him to take down those sections of the debate that he bungled. Yeah. Yeah. Mercy and Thane. Oh, that ABR. My professor of biblical archaeology is a big fan of that page and a huge defender of the early date for the Exodus. Well, that's unfortunate. We're very happy that you've decided to join us. And, we want to make sure you guys get the best data you can so you can accurately decide between what's true and what could be. Okay? So, yeah. Yeah, Mama says it was malicious bearing a false witness. Yeah, it is. It is a malicious bearing a false witness. But they do this. They'll slander. I mean, they think nothing of slander. Slander's okay by their books, even though the New Testament fully forbids slander. So, Darkblade asks, is dealing with ABR or rollsters more insufferable? They're both bad. They're two sides of the same coin. Okay, they're two sides of the same coin. Both will slander you. I mean, I've had slander from both ABR and the rollsters. I mean, I had David Rolls say of me once that I was acting so outrageous during the debate that I was like standing on tables summoning like dragons into the room and had to be nearly thrown out. That never happened. Yeah. 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 I mean, they made it sound like I was at Gandalf with his staff coming in the Theodem's throne room. That's what they made it sound like. Mercer Thane, which is worse, ABR rollsters or Wyatons? Wyatons are just diluted. Okay? They don't have any real power. ABR has a lot of real power. The difference, say between ABR and rollsters act exactly the same as ABR. Okay? And both distort the data. The difference between all those groups, though, is going to be, though, that ABR has huge backing of funders. Okay? So they can put financial pressure on schools and institutions and churches and denominations in a way that the other two groups can't. So, so in the case of ABR, they have incredible financial power. So, like, for example, in my debate with Titus Kennedy, what they did to take it down was they put pressure on the donors. They asked the donors to contact the school to put pressure on it to take it down. So, So ABR has control over a large purse, and they use money to influence Christian culture. So that's sort of the difference between them. Okay, we're gonna move on here. Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I'll just take that before just before this question here. A Dark Blade. I presume downers are less vocal. Yeah, they're pretty much non-existent these days. And less in existence, given that I didn't even know about Down's existence until Popcorn reviewed him. Yeah, David Down died about 2 decades ago, and he didn't have the same following. David Down is another Velikovsky proponent, but his views have sort of gone into the dustbin. Nobody is really a follower of David Down anymore. So, okay, let's get back here. For Striding Hermit for $5. Is there a sound way to detect oxymorons in the Old Testament? Oxymorons in the Old Testament? Like jumbo shrimp? Gee, I don't know. I don't know if there's an easy way to detect it, because you really have to be reading along to see it. So, I don't think you're going to find a reliable way to detect oxymorons unless it's something you're specifically have run across or looking at. I can't think of any oxymorons in the Old Testament per se, but that doesn't mean they aren't there. So I don't know if there's a good way to do that, but it's an interesting question. So thank you very much for the super chat, but I don't think I can really all that much help you here. So Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why is pride so irresistible for believers and non-believers? Because it makes you feel superior. Pride is a deadly sin. Now, there is a good pride, okay? There is pride in our Lord, Jesus Christ. And the Apostle Paul talks about this. If I am proud, it is that I am proud of my Savior, Jesus Christ. You know, pride can be a good thing. You know, pride in knowing that you've done a job well done is a good thing. It gives you that sort of endorphin rush that says, oh, you've achieved something positive here. Yeah, feel good about it and then repeat the process. So, pride is not always a sin, but there is a sin of pride. Okay? The sin of pride is where you place inordinate emphasis on your achievements, on your importance, and it's sort of a false assessment of who you are. You know, an accurate assessment of who you are isn't pride. Like, for example, if you do happen to be highly accomplished, you know, mentioning on occasion that you are highly accomplished, you know, in a way that doesn't puff yourself out but only conveys information, isn't pride. It's an accurate assessment. Pride is, again, going overboard. The sin of pride is. Okay? So, you know, if you are proud that you have a great Savior, that's an accurate assessment of the ability of your Savior, you know, Jesus Christ. This is why we focus our pride on Christ and what he's done in our lives. Okay? So, you know, not all pride is bad, but there is a really corrosive, caustic kind of pride. Like, for example, you might need help, but are just too proud to take it. You're harming yourself because of your pride. You're damaging yourself because of that. Too proud to say sorry. That's a bad kind of pride. That's the sort of pride that says, well, I'll feel less superior if I apologized for what I did wrong. Counter Marcy says sin of pride is self-righteousness. It is in many respects, yeah. Yeah, it is a form of self-righteousness. So, but it makes us feel superior. It puts us on a pedestal higher than what we are. So, and that's why it's irresistible. Because once you've put yourself on that pedestal, you're no longer seeing things correctly anymore. So, pride is irresistible for lions. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Bomb Papa's Basement says, sin of pride is addictive. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is very addictive. Because once you start going down that road of the sin of pride, you can't see straight anymore. It distorts your worldview. You think of others as lesser than yourself. And it's not just a matter of condescension. It's not just a matter of condescension, because frankly, there's a time and a place for condescension. To be very honest, I'll tell you, if you're dealing with someone who has the sin of pride, yeah, the proper response to that is condescension. Okay? Letting that person with the sin of pride know they're not as good as they think they are. That's a perfect time to be condescending. Okay? But the problem with the sin of pride is you often can't see how you're behaving in the scope of how God views the world. And that's awful. Okay? I think it was Spurgeon who said, to the proud law, to the broken grace, or to the humble grace, to the proud law, the humble grace. And that always stuck with me. That we always have to view things in terms of where people are at. And one of the things I've really noticed about pride is it has nothing to do with wealth. It has nothing to do with wealth. It has nothing to do with education. The Bible does say much education, much learning puffs up. Okay? And it can. It absolutely can. But it's not restricted to that. That's a maxim. I've seen poor people. I've seen street people who have more pride than a university professor. Can I share that story about the burger and at King's Cross? When you did missionary work at King's Cross? I share this story? Okay. This is not my story. This comes from Mrs. Producer. There was a guy, hungry, street person, too proud to take food directly. So what she would have to do is buy a bag of McDonald's, take a bite out of it, wrap it up, put it in the waste bin. Yeah, play the rich, spoiled brat. At that point, he would then go retrieve the food from the garbage can. Yeah. So this was a guy who was too proud to take directly, to be given food. So you do see the sin of pride in people that don't have very much. It's not something that's restricted to the wealthy, the educated, or the high echelons of society. It's also something you see throughout society. Darkblade asks, so throwing it away was just for show? Yes. Just for show. Yeah. She adds here that the food was always carefully wrapped. Everything was placed upright and carefully in the bin. There was drinks too. So yes, it was for show. But it was a show that would give the guy his food while not assaulting his pride. Yeah. And you can this whole thing with charity can be applied in both directions. Yeah. 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 Mama says anyone can have pride issues, seeing as no matter what, that person is wrong in their estimation. Well, yeah. Yeah. As I say, it's show for himself or for others. It was a show for the person who needed the food. It was a show for the person that needed the food. Because he was too proud to take it. He was too proud to take a handout. And you do get the occasional street person who is too proud to take a handout. Yeah, Mrs. Producer says you get a lot of them. So... And she says granting them dignity goes a long way. So, yeah, absolutely. So, pride is just one of those things that makes you feel superior. It distorts your view. It blocks you from those in your community that can help you, or you can help them. It's destructive and it's corrosive. It's corrosive to community. It's corrosive to believers and non-believers. And it sets you up for really bad things. So, yeah, there is a sin of pride, and avoid it at all costs. It's something you have to be forever vigilant about. Mama says, I have been too proud to ask for help before. Pride is a sin in me I have to constantly guard against. It has done me zero good to think better of myself than God does. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, exactly. CPM versus DOS says, my grandfather would offer food to the homeless, and if they acted in a way like that, he would just leave and give it to someone else. Okay, let's move on here. Follows the ship for $2. Thoughts on the Frankfurt silver inscription? I gotta look that up. I might have encountered that, but I don't recall it off the top of my head. Silver inscription. Oh, is this 89? Okay, yeah, I know this one. Yeah, it's a... What's the date on that? 3rd century AD? Yeah, 3rd century AD. It's a 3rd century AD silver amulet. It's an amulet. So it was a piece of writing done on silver that was rolled up, placed in a vessel that could be hung around the neck. And it was recovered from a Roman-era tomb in Frankfurt, Germany. I think the inscription is legitimate. It does talk about Saint Titus, which is really fascinating. It talks about Jesus Christ, Son of God. So it's clear that already in the 3rd century Roman area of Frankfurt, Germany, they already had, say, knowledge of the Book of Titus, which is really interesting. Really interesting. It sort of shows you how the Gospels and the Epistles made the rounds so early on. And I think it's a legitimate. It was found in situ, so it's not a forgery. So you can't ask. I mean, you can't ask for better than finding something like this in situ at an archaeological dig. So it is an amazing find. It shows basically how far Christianity had spread in just a couple hundred years. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. So mid 3rd century, you're talking the 250s. 250 AD. That's wild. That's really, really wild. So you're essentially looking at about 200 years between the founding of Christianity and the creation of this amulet. So very interesting discovery. It's good evidence. It comes from a bona fide archaeological excavation. It's found in situ, and it is very well preserved. The writing is very well preserved. So, yeah, it's a nice little piece of early evidence of Christianity. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. BC4YT asks a member question here. Would it be possible to buy out the banana farm on top of Avaris and open it up for archaeological works? The problem here is Avaris was a mostly mud brick settlement. Okay? Preservation of Avaris is going to be very, very difficult until they find a way to sort of stabilize it. There's they do rent out those fields for excavation purposes. The one I would really like them to sort of buy out, there's a banana plantation that's on the south end of the old Palusiac lagoon. That's the one I would like them to buy out. I wish they could buy out that one. Avaris, we kind of have an idea of where things are at with them because they've done ground penetrating radar and all that. And that banana plantation is not so much a big deal. Most of the fields actually around Avaris are not actually banana plantations. There are some banana plantations there, that's for sure. But a lot of them too are wheat fields. Okay, so the wheat fields are not so difficult. They can rent them out for a season, go in there, dig, and done. Okay. The problem, the where you've got the big banana plantations, that's a real problem, is in that see at the Palusiac Lagoon, the south, is probably where Migdol is located. That I would love to see excavated. Okay? And it sits below a banana plantation. So that's the one I would like to see ripped up. That's the banana plantation I want to see ripped up and excavated. Okay? Because Migdol would be a great find. It'd be a great find. Now we have some good idea of where it is. Okay? We got a good idea where it is. Because we have been we know where the lion's den is. So Migdol is the next fortress to the east of Migdol. So that would have had to have been probably at the bottom of the estuary, of the lagoon. So CPM versus DOS. I have a shovel and a 1992 Komatsu bulldozer. Show me the way, Dr. Cairo. Darkblade asks, does Egypt have eminent domain like the US? Yes, it does. Yeah, Egypt does have eminent domain like the US. Um, they have been more reticent to use that in recent years, but they used it probably most recently in what's called New Cairo. Um, there were a lot of of old crappy buildings and new in that area, but they wanted to make a new capital, so they used eminent domain to drive out all the people who lived in that area around that mosque and the Citadel Mosque, and then they just bulldozed those and started putting up new construction there as a form of eminent domain. So yeah, Egypt does have eminent domain. They will use it particularly on state-sponsored building projects. They won't use it very often on archaeology, except when it's like urgent rescue archaeology. Like they used it in the 1940s for West Thebes, but they don't use it that often for archaeology. Mama, wait, what? We know where the lion's den is. Tel El Borg is the lion's den. That's the name of the fortress. Okay, it wasn't a real lion's den, at least as far as we know. And it wasn't the one in the Book of Daniel. Okay, but there's a fortress on the Road of Horus that's called the Lion's Den. Okay, you've got when you go from west to east, you start with Charu, which is at Tel Habua, and then you hit the Lion's Den, which is Tel El Borg, and then you hit Migdol. So yes, there was a place called the Lion's Den. It was actually excavated by James Hoffmeyer. He was the guy who did the excavations at Tel El Borg. Okay, next one here is from Mama. Okay, Pyros, thank you very much for the super chat. Was firstborn equals inheritor in the ancient Near East automatic? If so, only for males. And if the ancient Egyptian dad died with only daughters, what happened? Could women leave a will? Oh, that's a lot of questions. That's question stacking, Mama. Mama, you know the rules. That's question stacking. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 questions here. Okay. CPM versus DOS. Only I can break the rules. All right, let's all right, in ancient Egypt, generally inheritance worked a little different. Okay, there was a what we would call a designated inheritor, and that was generally the firstborn. Now, what did the designated inheritor got in ancient Egypt? They got the jobs, dad's jobs. So if they wanted to CPM versus DOS gives a $2 super chat here. $2 of sorry for Mama. Okay. Okay, so the designated inheritor got to inherit dad's job. Okay, so or his profession. Okay? Now, if there were more than one son, the property would be generally divided. At least dad's portion of it would be divided amongst the boys. Okay, so yes, there is a idea of designated inheritor, and it is automatic generally. Is it only for males? Yes, it's only for males. Okay. It would go to a brother. So, if the ancient Egyptian dad died with only daughters, what happened? The inheritance would go to um is what probably if there was children involved, his wife. His wife would inherit everything. Okay, even if he had only daughters, because children made inheritance permanent. Okay, but if the mother predeceased the father, and then the father died, the inheritance would go to his brothers. Okay, so and then could women leave a will? Yes, and they did leave wills because there were women that had property, a lot of property. So, absolutely, women could leave a will. They did leave wills, and women could inherit under certain circumstances. Okay? Like, for example, if a son and a woman marry, the woman could not inherit her husband's property until they bore children. Once there was a child involved, the woman got to inherit her husband's property. If there were no children and the husband died, that property would be inherited by a brother. So, brothers inherit in Egyptian society. Okay? But, so inheritance law is a little complicated in Egypt. It doesn't work the same way as it does in the rest of the ancient Near East. So, but at the same time, too, if there were many children involved, then daughters, if they were married, they could get a slice of the pie. So it really all depended upon who was married to whom and who was having children. Yeah, that it did happen sometimes where in Egyptian society, a man could marry a woman and take her social rank. So that was one way a man could move up, say the social strata, was through a well-placed marriage. Darkblade goes, sorry girls, but all dad's Debins are going to Uncle Sajimanda. Yeah, yeah, that happened. That was a thing. So, there was some strong incentive for young girls to get married because marriage and children makes inheritance perfect. Permanent, sorry. Mama asks, did the wife have to bear a son? No. To receive her husband's inheritance, she did not have to bear a son. She only had to bear a daughter, but she had to bear a child. So, once she bore a child, her claim on her husband's inheritance was made permanent. So, yeah, that was so marriage made in marriage childbearing made inheritance permanent, and that's sort of how it worked in ancient Egypt. Okay, so to summarize again, was firstborn equals inheritor, and ancient Egyptian automatic? Yes, because it had to do with jobs, job titles. If so, only for males. Um, Males had priority for inheritance, but females could also inherit under certain circumstances. If an ancient Egyptian dad died with only daughters, what happened? Uh, if the mother is still alive, inheritance goes to the wife and the children. If the mother's not alive, it goes to the brother. And could women leave a will? Yes, they did, can, and did. That's right. You said divorce and remarriage was common, right? Yeah, it was very common. Depending on your social class, a marriage could be a revolving door. You could quite literally marry succession after succession after succession. That was something that happened all the time in Egypt. It didn't happen so much in the upper classes. And the reason why it didn't happen in the upper classes would be because of the political alliances that were involved in those types of marriages. Ryan says not having any kids would be unbearable. In that society, if you were a woman and you didn't have kids, yeah, it could be a problem for you. Yes, it is a pun. I got the pun too. Okay. But it doesn't negate the fact that it did not having a children as a woman did put you in a precarious situation for inheritance. Yeah, yeah. If a woman married a man and he died and there were no children, the groom's parents had no obligation to the young girl. On the other hand, however, she was expected to go back to her parents. So the obligation then shifted back to the bride's family. Mercianthane asks, so this is why God had to intervene with the inheritance of the daughters of Zelophehad? Yeah, exactly. Because the Israelites were playing by Egyptian rules of inheritance. So the daughters of Zelophehad had to get special dispensation to override those Egyptian expectations of how inheritance works. Okay, next one here is from Julian Gentry. $5. Thank you for the super chat. What happens when God brings judgment on a sinful nation, but there are repentant believers within? Does he spare them, or do they also suffer disaster? It depends. Okay, it depends. We do know from the biblical narrative that God does judge nations. He judges nations, he judges communities, he judges cities, he judges the church. Ooh, this one hurts. This one hurts. Judgment begins with the house of God. So there is this sense of community responsibility and community liability. So when God brings judgment on a community, a sinful community, a sinful nation, a sinful church, okay, there might be repentant believers in that, but they're still part of that community. So he doesn't necessarily spare them. And the reason why is called collateral damage. It's the way our universe works. Okay? Just because and this is one of those things that I think we don't talk about enough in the church, that there is collateral damage to sin. So when judgment is made, or when there are bad consequences, this is why repentant believers, are still affected. Collateral damage. Like, take, for example, a serial killer. Okay? He might be married. He might have a family. His family might be good church-going Christians. His wife and his children are being raised in the faith. They're repentant believers. They have no idea about dad's private hack and slash life. Okay? But he gets caught. He gets caught by authorities. And he's sentenced to 30 years in prison. Okay. His family's destroyed. Okay. He might have had a job. Now mother has to go work. They might have to move out of the community because of the reputation that dad has brought upon them. Kids are going to get bullied in school. The taxpayer is going to have to pay for his trial, prosecution, and his 30 years in prison, incarceration. Innocent people all around are being affected by the consequences of that man's sin. It's collateral damage. And it's just the way our world works. Okay? So, God doesn't necessarily spare you from the collateral damage caused by the sin of others. And it's just the fact is that this is what makes sin so bad. Okay? You know, it's, yeah, and not to mention the murder victims and their families, exactly. Yeah. 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 So it's just, this is the collateral damage that happens with sin, and this is what makes sin so awful. You know the whole saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Oh no, it doesn't. Oh no, it doesn't stay in Vegas. You know, and here's one of the delusions that we have as human beings, is we kind of think that our sins are all private. They're all private. They're personal. They'll never get out. If I sin on the internet, it's private. I got my browser, private browser on, and my VPN and all that. It's private. It's totally private. No one will ever know. Except it changes you. Sin changes you. And when you change, it'll affect others. There is no such thing as private sin. Private sin is a complete myth. Now, I'm not saying that private sins should be made public. Not saying that at all. All right? And I think this is one of things that I think that in some ways Christians kind of go overboard on, because I see a lot of Christians, especially now, recently, trying to expose private sins of various people, and that's detraction. That's detraction. Okay? If a sin is handled privately and is generally private information, it should remain private information unless there's a pattern of that affects the church as a whole. Okay? Ryan says that's blackmail. No, it's detraction. It's detraction. Because there's a lot of private sins that are not worthy of a defrocking. Okay? And I've seen this trend, especially in the apologetics community recently, where people will probe into people's pasts to dig up dirt under the guise of, oh, this is a pastoral concern that affects the whole Christian community. It's just seeping with pious crud. Yeah. If it was dug up at the, as my producer was just going on here, was dug up at the time, if it was repented, if it was if there was church discipline by elders, and you can debate whether the church discipline was enough, if there was no recidivism, it's never repeated again, and the wronged parties at the time agreed it was done, then it's a resolved matter. There is no reason, yeah, Darkblade, you bought a Playboy 20 years ago, excommunication. There's people who are acting like that. There are witch hunts right now going on the internet against certain pastors who, may have sinned, as a teenager, 50 years ago. But it's couched in this pious crud of, oh, it's unresolved sin. But but here's the thing. A lot of times these things are sort of spearheaded by people who had no spiritual authority over either the pastor or the person who may have been hurt. So this is one of the things why I sometimes rail at discernment ministries. Sometimes discernment ministries become witch hunts. So we got to be really, really careful about this. Three-quarters Cray says St. Augustine was a heretic and a fornicator. No one today seems to hold that against him. No, and they shouldn't. Shouldn't. But, this is what we've come down to, is this idea of trying to dig up private sin to detract from a person's current work. I'm going to say something. The worst case, to be honest, I don't worry about the pastor who sins, maybe has an affair with a secretary, does it once, repents, undergoes church discipline, and is restored and never does it again because he feels so guilty over it. Those guys don't keep me up at night. Okay? The ones that keep me up at night are the predators that go after woman after woman after woman after woman. These a lot of them are like not even head pastors. A lot of them, most of these guys are like associate pastors and say youth pastors. They're the ones that keep me awake at night. The worst case I ever heard was in a small church in Oregon. And this was a youth pastor. The church was only 150 people. Okay? But he had sex with 50 women in the congregation. 50 women over a period of a decade. And the lead pastor didn't know. He had no idea what was going on in his congregation. It's that sort of predation that keeps me awake at night. It's as I say, though, it's not the one-off that bothers me. It's the predator. And those guys often go undetected. So, yeah, that's a third of the church population. Exactly. That was crazy. It was absolutely bizarre. And it happened silently for a decade. None of the women spoke out about it because they were complicit. Yeah. Some of the husbands knew but didn't make waves. Mama says, a certain second book character is coming to mind, Doc. It's based on that. Yeah, it's exactly based on that. Based on a true case study. CPM versus us. I was just thinking that blue-eyed idiot. Yeah. The husbands knew? Yes. Some of them knew. Not all of them. Not all of them. But some knew. And they kept it quiet because it was a very tight-knit community. It was a very isolationist church. Okay, so it was an isolated community. It was it did practice, say, strict fundamentalism, extreme second-degree separation. So the lead pastor had created this community where, you know, people didn't go outside of, say, the church confines. So, but this just provided a playground, the youth pastor. Yeah, well. Yeah, absolute control. It's absolute control. But in trying to establish absolute control, he lost control. And people's lives were destroyed. So anyway, there we go. So, you know, God can bring judgment down on a community. And, you know, that's what happened to this church because of rampant sin that happened in there. You know, an entire community was suffered because of the not just one predator, but the complicity of it. You had 50 women voluntarily go along with this. So, and it destroyed a community. Gandalf the Base. I serve a very old church. They don't have to worry about me dating the congregation because I'm only 20-something. Everyone else is 50-something. That didn't matter in that community. Age was not a... He didn't care if the woman was 15 or 80. It was bad. It was really bad. Yeah, it's a cult. Yeah. Mama, cult or no, predator for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Next one here, and it looks like this is our last super chat here. Mama for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Foodie section. Ooh. I made unagi, pork ribs, and Bubble Machine and Milo made mashed potatoes. Holy smokes, so good. Both Maria Emmerich recipes. Where do you get your recipes from? I get most of my recipes. Depends. Okay. I have many sources for recipes. I do have a huge collection of cookbooks. I do get some recipes online. I also have a little section of family recipes, too. Oops. CPN versus Dust. I ate Olive Garden. Not very keto. Oh no, I'd say not. Delicious, but not keto. Bomb Papa says, faux potatoes tasted just like potato buds. I'm not sure what potatoes are. Is that cauliflower? Oh, sorry. I tried cauliflower mashed potatoes. They were disgusting. I could not eat it. Gross. Dark Blade. Is fish also expensive in Vancouver? Yes, it is expensive in Vancouver. For a port city, you know, it shouldn't be expensive. Because we do get a lot of fish coming in to the local ports here. But just, oh man, it is just really expensive. So, Mama says, I've lost over 20 pounds. Congratulations. And Bomb Papa has lost over 10. Awesome. Great to hear. Do you like hibachi? I don't like cleaning up after hibachi. I like the taste of hibachi. But I don't like cleaning up. It's really messy to clean up after hibachi. Ryan, do you know the Hebrew word for potato is potato? No, I didn't. Mama says, yep, cauliflower. Oh, I can't stand it. Sorry, I've never, I've never liked cauliflower. It just, every time I've tried some keto substitute with cauliflower, I have regretted it. Same with zucchini. Did not stand zucchini. Bonbon, what's hibachi? Okay, hibachi is a small Japanese coal-based grill. Okay, so think of it like the old-fashioned barbecues, except these are made of like cast iron. They're really small, and they're meant to do small things like skewers. Uh, my parents had a hibachi, and there was a time in the 1970s where people didn't buy full barbecues; they bought these hibachi because they were seen as kind of sort of smaller, easier to maintain, all of that. And they weren't. They were horrible to clean. They rusted out badly. Um, yeah, they're not great. They taste fine. I mean, it's kind of like having doing barbecue over charcoal. Okay? And they're meant for fast searing. Okay, so you're basically searing the meat over hot coals. That's what you're doing with it. And if done right, it's really good. Hibachi is really, really good if done right. Uh, just don't overcook anything on a hibachi. It's not meant for that. It's not meant for that. Mama says thinly sliced meats. Yeah, thinly sliced meats work really well on hibachi. Um, it's just a style of barbecue, but it's not my favorite kind of barbecue by a long shot. My favorite kind of barbecue is the Southern slow smoker. I love Southern slow cooked meats. Um, and Bonbon asks, have you ever tried to fry it? Are you allowed to air fry on keto? Yeah, yeah, you're allowed to air fry on keto. Nothing wrong with air frying on keto. Christian says, I'm not a Christian, haven't been baptized. I dance around my sins every day, hoping I'll come to Christ one day. I don't know where to go. Very secular surrounding, and the religious are fundamental. I think he means fundamentalists. Um, well, there's nothing stopping you from going to Christ directly. You know, you can just go to Christ first, ask for forgiveness of your sins, and you know, say that you'll start following Him. You can pray that to God at any time. And accept that free gift of salvation, and then you can decide what you're going to do about church. Okay, but it all begins with repentance. So, you know, baptism is the first step after repentance. So, until you repent, I wouldn't even worry about baptism, or a church. That's the next step. Okay, so um, so that's what I would recommend is pray to Christ. You know, ask Him to forgive your sins, repent of your sins, and basically decide to live for Him, and then you can move on. Then, yeah, oh yeah, it's not uncommon at all to not become a believer in a church. You don't have to be in a church to become a Christian. Not that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, and if you want to know more, hang around here. You'll definitely learn a lot more. So, and just let the spirit do what he does. Okay? All right. So was that the end of the foodie section? Seems so short. Okay. We do have a couple more super chats here that's come in since. Gandalf the Base for 4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I'm curious on your current academic work, if any, or recent digs, anything you can share. I don't do digs because you have to be affiliated with a academic institution to do digs. So because I'm not affiliated with an academic institution anymore, I don't do digs anymore. Okay. My current academic work, I am are going to be working on that in September. We're going to be focusing on the Exodus book at that point, and I'll be probably writing that at that point. My most recent work has been I did a paper on computational chronologies in archaeometry, and that was just recently, that was published in January. So that's my most recent academic work. Ron goes, Dr. Falk doesn't dig it anymore. Yeah, you have to be affiliated with a institution now. Bonbon, are you allowed to do digs if you're affiliated with a private institute? If it's properly structured, yes. Okay. ABR is allowed to do digs because they have, say, the corporate structure to handle finances and the bonds and all that. Ryan Cohenkamp, what would you say your biggest accomplishment is? What field? What field are we talking about here? Because I have a lot of accomplishments. Oh, archaeology. My biggest accomplishment in archaeology is probably my book, The Ark of the Covenant, in its Egyptian context, an illustrated journey. Okay. That was the book I always wanted to write when I was doing my PhD work, and the PhD work was that that sort of context study leading up to that book. Okay. But I am accomplished in other fields too. So, I'm one of those rare sorts of people that has cult say multi I'm a polymath. I'm a polymath. Darkblade, what's your biggest accomplishment in the field of Chinese culture? Not very much. Basically, I was finding the restaurant around the corner. I mean, I did 1 year of beginner Chinese, but I have forgotten it all. Orange chicken tasting. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Orange chicken is just oh good stuff. Good stuff. Dis and hibachi. Yeah. Bomb Papa, we must understand the Das Equus guy has nothing on Dr. Falk. Well, here's the thing. I mean, I have accomplishments in the art field. I have accomplishments in the computer field. I have accomplishments in the, as I said, the we all know the archaeology field. Um, so it, and plus now, I've now ventured into, say, writing fiction too. So, you know, um, like for example, in the art field, um, I have done covers for novels. I have done. I won a Viewer's Choice Award at a Worldcon. for my artwork. In the computer field, I worked on the world's fastest supercomputer. I wrote the boot code for that. So, you know, it's kind of hard to say, what's my greatest accomplishment because I'm still going. I'm making enemies with ABR, Kip et al. Being on the right side of history. Well, some would say that's an accomplishment too. But they're so easy to tick off. It doesn't take much. And it's not like I try. Yeah, I mean, we focus on evidence and training. That's what we do. So, you know, yeah, just disagreeing with Kip is enough. Seems that way. Okay. CPM versus DOS, $2. I need a wine recommendation from Dr. Cairo. It would help to know a food pairing. Okay? I could recommend a wine for you, but I'd have to know a food pairing. Okay? So, just like when someone asks me for a font recommendation, it would depend on what the medium is. If I know what you're writing, it would help to know what font to use. Same with a wine recommendation. I just can't recommend a wine without knowing what you're going to pair it with. Fish, okay. Cod, that I can tell you. Okay. Cod mainly. I would recommend a white wine. I would go with a nicely aged white Bordeaux, like a Mouton Cadet. Okay, a very good white wine. It pairs excellent with fish. Okay, so I think that would be the recommendation for cod. Smokes. Okay. What wine with cheese depends on the cheese. Not all wines pair equally with cheeses. Okay, so again, you'd have to say what kind of cheeses you're talking about here. Smoked salmon. Go with a rosé, like a white Zinfandel. I would recommend white Zinfandel with smoked salmon, because the sweetness of the Zinfandel pairs very, very nicely with the smokiness of the fish. CPN versus DOS. Is there a wine that does not require a pairing? Generally, wines are served with food. Okay, this is not like a whiskey. Okay, whiskeys are often consumed without food, but wines tend to be served with food, almost exclusively. So it's very, very rare to just drink a glass of wine, maybe in your if you're a lonely bachelor in your one bedroom apartment. Yeah, you might uncork a bottle of wine and drink the whole thing by yourself without food. But then you've got a lonely life there, and you've got probably other problems. But um, um Bonbon says, what cheese is used on a charcuterie board? Usually a red wine. Okay. Um, a um a robust you can go two ways on a charcuterie board. You can go red or white on a charcuterie board, but it's usually more common to go red. Okay, so a Beaujolais, that's a hearty Bordeaux or a Beaujolais works really, really nice with the charcuterie board. And the reason why it works nice is because on a charcuterie board, you don't have just cheese. You also have, say, cold cuts, and usually something like olives or walnuts. And almonds and walnuts tend to be high in tannins, and those tannins pair very well with the tannins in red wines. So, yeah, for that, for a charcuterie board, I would recommend a Beaujolais or a Bordeaux, a red Bordeaux. um, Darkblade. Darkblade. Are we sure Dr. Falk isn't a sommelier? Hey, I make no pretense to be a sommelier. Just a connoisseur. um, I will recommend this though. If you do get the white Bordeaux, white Bordeaux's are best aged at 5 years. I did this experiment once. It was so cool, so cool. Where I bought two of the same white wine, okay, and then drank one immediately, and it was okay. It was okay. These were white Bordeaux's, but I let the other one age to 5 years. Completely different beverage. It had gone from kind of this apple green color to a golden yellow color. It was smooth. It was rich. It was beautiful. The 5 years of aging for that white wine was so worth it. So worth it. It totally transformed the beverage. And it happened so fast. I said 5 years is nothing for alcohol to age. But if I ever had a wine rack, and I don't have one at the moment, but I would start doing that again, because that was just, it was really, really cool. Gandalf. What? Dr. Falk is hiding his $20,000 wine cellar he doesn't show us with a 15,000 color environmental control system? Only in my dreams. Only in my dreams. We do have a dorm-sized cheese fridge, though. We do have that.
That we were given.
I was given this dorm fridge, and what I did was I put a power controller on it, so I could control the temperature of that wine fridge, or that dorm fridge, so it's perfect as a cheese cave. So that's where my $2 donation went. Not really, no. We don't spend on that. Bonbon asks, is there such a thing as wine that is too aged? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, there is definitely one that's too aged. What happens is it starts to oxidize and go sour. Okay? It happens more with white wines. No, it doesn't turn into vinegar. Okay, that's a myth. Vinegar is actually something that is done by bacteria that's carried on the feet of flies. So wine does not have that bacteria in it natively. Okay, so but what happens is, when it's too aged, what happens is it starts to oxidize and separate. So, well, it's not that it's 3,000-year-old. You mean my 3000 BC wine is not safe to drink? It's safe to drink. It's just not very good. It loses its quality. Now, the type of wine will also really depend on if a wine's too aged. Like, for example, a Bordeaux, a white wine that's aged to 10 years is probably undrinkable. It's too aged at that point. You want to hit that sweet spot of 5 years and no more. That's when you drink it. A Bordeaux that's 25 years is hitting its prime. Okay, a 25-year-old Bordeaux is probably in its prime at that point. At 50 years, it starts to decline. A rosé, don't age. That's a green wine. You want to drink that basically as young as possible. Because in the case of, say, a rosés, because of their sugar content, they don't age well. So never age a rosé. You drink your white wines at 5 years, and you drink your red wines at 25. Okay, so where's that? 1036. Okay. WLL says, I'm a home chef and starting to pair wines with food, but I hate dry, bitter wine. Any good tasting wines you like? Okay. Now, this is something of this is also kind of an age thing, okay? When I was young, I didn't drink red wines, couldn't stand tannins. So I would drink the Zinfandels and I drink the white wines because they're very low on tannins. But when I hit 30, I started drinking red wine and I liked it. I like it better now than I like white wines. So so I would say that it's some of this is an age effect where, you tend to appreciate those wines more as you get older. Okay? Yes, you used to. Yep, I remember. This producer used to hate wine. Used to hate it. Yeah. Yeah, Mama says, so if you want to give someone a wine to age for an anniversary, make it red. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. BC for YT. I have some whites that are about 12 years old now. Probably no good. Yeah, probably you should probably drink those if they're even drinkable at this point. Blue Sheep. I'm so happy when I learned I could eat as much cheese as I wanted on keto. Yeah. Yeah. Cheese is good stuff. Cheese is very good stuff. John Smith, is it possible to be a Protestant but also believe in the Assumption of Mary? Sure. Sure. There's nothing inherently contradictory about being a Protestant and believing in the Assumption of Mary. That if you want to believe in the Marian dogmas, you could believe in as a Protestant in all the Marian dogmas. And it's just, why would you want to as a Protestant? That's more the issue, is why would you want to? But you can. Nothing preventing it. And there's 4 Marian dogmas. I mean, the Protestant Church does universally accept the first Marian dogma. The second one, the first one's the Theotokos. Everybody agrees with that one. The second Marian dogma, the perpetual virginity. Protestants don't tend to believe that one. You find that, though, being believed in, say, Orthodoxy. The third Marian dogma, which is the Immaculate Conception of Mary. Only Catholics believe that, and the Assumption of Mary, only Catholics, consistently believe that. If you want to believe in the Assumption of Mary, yeah, go knock yourself out. There's nothing against it. That wouldn't be a problem with Protestantism, but it's also kind of comes after Protestantism, so Protestants don't generally tend to believe that one. All right. Did I have another? I got some more super chats here. Okay, cool. Gandalf the Base, for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Any good books that compare the cases for a global or regional flood? I'm considering writing one, but didn't know if it's already been done. I think it has been done, but that doesn't stop you from writing more on this if you want. Um, just as long as you add something new to the argument. This is the thing. Um, I mean, I don't keep tabs on every book that's out there written, and I think there are books that actually talk about this on both sides. But I'm not aware of them because I'm not really into this. But you have to do the literature review. If you're going to write a book, you got to do a literature review. See what's already been done on it. And this is true of any book. You know, you never start with a book with just an idea, usually. You usually have to sort of see if that idea has been done, if it's been written about, who's written about it, how well has it been written about, and you really do need to do the literature review. And once you know that, then you can move forward. It's yeah. Yeah. Gandalf says that was my plan. Was to give the best arguments for both sides. So yeah, there's been lots of material done on this, but I'm not really that versed on that particular subject. BC4YT, can AI be used to help with the literature review? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. AI is not good at reading things. Okay. So it can't really do a literature review well. Oh, gee. Yeah, you know, when I did well, okay, it's gotten worse. Yeah, when I asked if Reliquary of the Dead by David Falk was a good book, it confused it with another author entirely. Yeah, AI actually doesn't get better over time in its current revision. It can actually get worse as it tries to make false connections. Okay? So, um, AI can actually do a terrible, terrible job on, I mean, my first one, first round of using AI to say ask if Reliquary of the Dead was a good book. I got this. Well, it was written by an Egyptologist, and they tend to use it'll be full of jargon and slow read and incomprehensible to normal people. And and if you've read the book, that's not the case. But the most recent one was even wilder. See, here's what it said about Reliquary of the Dead ChatGPT most recently. It said Reliquary of the Dead by David L. Goldman is part of the Event Group series. Really? He wrote that book, huh? Binding elements of science fiction, archaeology, and historical mystery. If you enjoy fast-paced thrillers that weave in real-world historical events with speculative or supernatural elements, this might be a good fit. The book deals with the discovery of mysterious artifacts, and the plot involves government agencies, secret missions, and plenty of action. While some readers praise it for its imaginative premises and intricate plot lines, others feel the writing can be a bit formulaic, or that it doesn't dive deep enough into character development. The pacing can also be a point of debate, with some finding it exhilarating, while others feeling like it's a bit rushed. If you're into action-heavy novels with some historical intrigue and a touch of the speculative, you might find it enjoyable. What kind of books do you usually enjoy? That could help determine if this one is a good fit for you. This is so BC. Do you still want to use AI for a literature review? Because that's what you get from AI. Bon, AI still hallucinates too much. Oh yeah, totally. CPM versus us. It was rushed. Mama, wow, just wow. Just like crazy, huh? Like, yeah. So the chats from Chat GPT have it's gotten worse over time, not better. So, um, like crazy, but this is why we can't trust AI for this stuff. So it's just like, ah. So it's just like, Gandalf, would you believe I'm working on my master's and have never done a literature review? No class in undergrad required it. Yeah, and you don't really start seeing literature reviews come out until um uh in your education until you get to your PhD. The PhD level is where you start really, if you do say, like, for example, really advanced master's work, sometimes capstone they'll do it, but you don't see it at the master's level really until you get to the end of the process, if at all. Okay, so you won't find it generally until the beginning of your PhD studies. Well, literature reviews are seen as more of a doctoral level kind of work. So, Ganel base, is this something the writing centers can help with? Not generally, but it's not that hard to do a literature review either. You know, find one work on your subject, then read the bibliography, then read everything in that bibliography. Okay, and go to the bibliography of every work in that bibliography, and so on until you start running out of material. That's how you do a literature review. Um, so yeah, that's how it happens. That's just the basic. It's an iterative process. You start with one book, you read the book, you go to the bibliography, and you work your way down. Yeah, just start with a good book on the subject. You always have to find that good book on the subject. Gather the base, endless web of connections. God, it's not infinite, believe it or not. Because here's the thing: you'll go through your first bibliography, and every book in there you probably have never read. Okay, you read your second book. Some of the works that are mentioned in that bibliography, the first bibliography, will show up in the second bibliography. By the time you get to like book number 20, you'll notice that most of the works in the bibliography you've already read. So it's not an endless web of connections. It's kind of like, think of it this way, it's kind of like genealogy. All right? We kind of think when we talk about genealogies that, okay, your parents are two different people. They're two different people. Have to be. And then you have your grandparents, four different people. Okay, next level, 8 for your great grandparents. Okay, 16 for your great great grandparents. And you kind of think that, okay, you go back far enough and you get an infinite amount of people. No, that's not how it works. How it works is, at some point, you're going to have the same individual being related to another individual as you go back in time. It's not an endless or infinite regress. And the literature reviews are also not an endless or infinite regress. Sooner or later, you're going to see the same literature pop up in other people's bibliographies. So, but you got to do the work to get there. General the Based. Did you assume my parents are two different people? How dare you? Well, we hope they are. Yeah, parthenogenesis is probably not great in humans, generally speaking. Okay. But yeah, that's what I recommend. You know, you do your literature review, see what's out there, and see what unique contributions you can contribute to the field. That's how you write a good book. That's how you start to write a book. He goes, okay, cool. Didn't know what a literature review was. Doesn't sound horrible. Thanks. Yeah. And by the end of it, your literature review, you've got this huge expertise on the topic. It's fantastic. Yeah, literature reviews I'd highly recommend. So, Bonbon, didn't Ramses II claim he birthed himself? No, he didn't. Because everyone knew where he came from. He was Seti's boy. No, you know, you do get the sort of the birth of a god narrative within, say, Egyptian kingship. But that's not the same as saying it's you're self-born. Okay. Next one here is from PA888 for $49.99. Thank you for that really generous super chat. Really appreciate it. I feel tonight you're attacking Italian Americans. First you go saying something about pride being a sin. It's true, we're guilty. When Olive Garden is mentioned and it's not immediately attacked, that's unforgivable. I like Olive Garden. It's American Italian. It's not real Italian. When we took Paul Lawrence out to Olive Garden, okay, we did that. We explained to him. We asked him if he had real Italian food in Italy. He said he had. I said, this is nothing like that. It's Olive Garden is nothing like real Italian. I said, it's an American version of Italian. Okay?
Like there's very much.
Yeah, like there's, like my producer is saying here, there's American versions of Chinese food. You know, you're not going to find sweet and sour pork in Hong Kong. You might today, but you never used to. It was San Francisco Chinese food. You know, lemon chicken, General Tso's chicken, chow mein. You know, those are San Francisco Chinese foods. Olive Garden is not Italian. It's American Italian. Yeah, he says, like Taco Bell being Mexican food. Exactly. Exactly. It's Taco Bell is not Mexican. It's American Mexican. American Mexican, look, Americans have done some really great innovations in food. Absolutely enjoyable innovations in food. You know, Americans invented the burrito. Incredible. The burrito is an awesome culinary innovation. Not Mexican, but it's an incredible innovation. Spaghetti and meatballs. Not Italian. Not Italian at all. It's New York Italian. It's still amazing. You know, you go to Italy and you ask for spaghetti and meatballs and they don't know what you're talking about. They'll serve you some buttered pasta on the side and a meatballs and marinara, but they're not going to combine the two for you. American Chinese food, wonderful, delicious, terrible on your diabetes, delicious. So America has this diverse cuisine that's unique to America. You know, chili is American. It's an American invented food. It's essentially the American version of curry, but we call it chili. Yeah, that orange chicken from Panda Express is pretty dang good. What? It's not Peruvian? No. It's not Peruvian. So yeah, we don't vilify Olive Garden because we recognize it for the American institution that it is. Just like we don't attack poutine on this channel. Or Hawaiian pizza, those great Canadian inventions. Oh, Hawaiian pizza, Canadian. Poutine, Canadian. Apple pie, technically Canadian. Okay. Next one here. CPN versus DOS. Hawaiian pizza is literally the best pizza. I will die and fight on this hill. Hey, I'm proud of my Canadian contribution to pizza. M1 Garand, Canadian. Take that, U.S. Army and WW2 historians. That was a good rifle. That was an excellent rifle. It's still a good rifle. A little out of date, but it's still an excellent rifle. It makes a mess of your day if you're on the wrong end of that. Dustin Meeks, pineapple pizza is controversial for some. I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I mean, it's such a good pizza. BC4YT. Have you ever made something functional using, say, Arduino or something similar? Yes, I have. I don't use Arduinos. I use ESP32s. I think ESP32s are wonderful. They are amazing, amazing devices. Much better than an Arduino. Does the Cheese Cave use a microcontroller? Yes, but it uses an Inkbird. I did buy a commercial controller because I had to have it be reliable. So I use an Inkbird programmable controller for that. But for other, say, projects that are not essential, I do use ESP32s. ESP32s are the bee's knees when it comes to programmable controllers. But I don't use Arduinos. It uses similar software to the Arduino, but it's not the same. It's got more functionality and a lot lower power consumption than an Arduino. Is Canadian bacon actually Canadian? Yes, it actually is. It's kind of ham, really, what it is. Well, I can buy it. It's just really expensive. I mean, I can get it here easily. No, you haven't seen it in Vancouver because I don't buy it because of the cost. Yeah. Scandal the base. The M1 Garand will never be out of date. There will be M1 Garands guarding heaven. I'm sure there will be. Roblox. Ting! He's referring here to the sound of the clip on an M1 Garand. BCYT. Cheese cave is my new favorite word. You can get Dustin Meeks. Maple syrup is the easily the best Canadian thing there is. You can get maple syrup from both Vermont and from Quebec. Quebec actually produces more maple syrup than Vermont. But they've got huge maple forests to do it with, too. Okay. So, next super chat here is from WOL for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Heard a progressive Christian teach Sarah was a cruel slave owner and should have used her privilege to help lift up Hagar. What is Genesis 16, 20 about? Okay. Pull up our Bible here. Genesis 16, verse 20. 16 to 20. That's too big. All right. The whole question about Sarah's cruelty is probably not understated. Okay. I would say this. She did apparently have this mean streak about her where she did beat slaves. And that's one of the things that Hagar is very afraid of when she returns, is that she's going to get a bad beating. And the Lord doesn't tell her she's not going to get beaten. He just tells her to go back anyway. So, so it's one of those things that, yeah, she is, and this was her idea too. This was one of the things that's sort of kind of ridiculous about this, is that this was Sarah's idea that Abraham use a concubine. Okay? So this was a problem she created for herself. So, but yeah, I don't know about her, the latter part of this, which is, should she have used her privilege to help Hagar? That's really anachronistic. This whole idea of privilege. This is not something that you would have found in the ancient Near East in regards to a slave, even a concubine. So, but there also is this, that they're in the sort of the Netherland here, nether regions, between Egyptian law and Mesopotamian law, and Abraham and Sarah were very much Mesopotamian legalists. So, so Genesis 16 to 20 is really talking about what Abraham here has done, and Sarah, he's complicit with Sarah here, that is outside of God's plan. So they're trying to make prophecy happen. And I think that's really, it goes wrong. And this is true of anyone who tries to make prophecy happen. It's things go very, very wrong. You know, if there's a prophecy, just let it happen. Just let it happen. Because you really can't avoid it if it's a deterministic prophecy. But if it's indeterminate, you really don't want to push that either. So this is what happens: is we get this issue here where Sarah comes up with this wrong-headed plan to force the firstborn of Abraham, and it goes really wrong. It goes really wrong. It causes strife in their family. Eventually, Hagar and Ishmael are driven out without inheritance. She was operating under Egyptian rules, which said that if she had born the son first, she becomes wife. Sarah, yeah. Well, Sarah wouldn't become the slave; she'd just become divorced. But under Egyptian rules, and Hagar is operating under Egyptian rules. So it's a mess. It's a mess. But at the same time, too, under Mesopotamian rules, you're not if a concubine bears a child, you can't just throw him out. That's not done. You can offer the concubine freedom if she wants it, but you can't throw him out. Yeah. Yeah, if the concubine demands lifelong support, she's entitled to it under Mesopotamian law. So nobody in this situation is playing by the law. Sarah and Abraham are picking and choosing the laws they want to follow and their own interpretations of it. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. Gandalf the Base. I'm going to take this one here. We see the offspring of the two brothers fighting till this day in the Middle East. No, that's wrong. That is actually Islamic mythology. That's Islamic theology. That's not Judeo-Christian history or Christian theology. Okay? The Ishmaelites were what they ended up being were Bedouin-like traders from Midian. Okay, so that's where they settled. Okay? But what happens is they get driven out in the 10th century, roughly around the 9th, 10th century, by Arabic tribes from the eastern Arabian Peninsula. So the Arabian tribes from the eastern peninsula move around the coast of Arabia and drive out the Ishmaelites, initially forcing them up into the Jordan area, where they then sort of either integrate into the other local tribes or get wiped out. Okay? But the Ishmaelites did not last much beyond the 8th century. They're completely, as I said, they become either integrated into Edom, Moab, Ammon, and Aram, or they just get wiped out. There's really, they really don't exist after the 8th century. I don't have any recommended reading material on this, but you could probably find something on, say, Jordanese archaeology that might give you a little more on this. Okay. Okay. So, but yeah, it's we have to stop this. This whole idea that the Arabs and the Israelis today are just the two brothers fighting it out from the tribe of Abraham. We got to stop that. That's not Christian history. That's not Jewish history. That's Islamic mythology. We got to stop it. Because it's just PCYT. So why do the Arabs hate the Jews? Islam. Islam. Yeah, the Quran, essentially. Okay. few more super chats here, then we'll start taking those non-super chats too. Let's get this through, and then once we get through the super chats, we'll take more non-super chats. Andrew Graham. Hi, Dr. Falk. Does your book on the Ark of the Covenant make the Ark out to be an idol from a Catholic viewpoint? No, it doesn't. No, the book on the Ark of the Covenant views the Ark of the Covenant through the lens of, say, late Bronze Age beliefs. We don't go into later theologies or interpretations. We don't even go into the Talmudic interpretations of this. Okay, the Talmud has some interpretations of its own, and we don't go into that. So it's strictly the Ark of the Covenant through the lens of late Bronze Age culture, late Bronze Age, early Iron Age culture, and then we sort of stop it there. So we don't ever address the whole idea of how Catholicism interprets it. Okay, so thank you for that member question. Okay, WOL for $5 again. Thank you very much for super chat. What is the purpose of the biblical writers writing about the events of Abraham, Sarah's life? For example, Genesis 12 to 24. It's to talk about covenant. Okay. The whole idea of the Abrahamic narrative is really to frame God's covenant to his people. Okay. Yeah. It's the whole structuring of God's covenant to his people. And it's a one-sided covenant. It's a one-sided covenant. For example, when God makes his covenant with Abraham, it's a one-sided covenant. Even though Abraham and his descendants are to practice circumcision, God's the one making the promises. He's the only one making the promises. He Abraham divides the animals in half, and under a suzerain treaty, normally what happens is the people divide the animals in half, and then the people that the suzerain has conquered are supposed to walk between the parts of the animals as a warning to the people that if you are not behaving yourself, the suzerain will come back and cut you in half like those animals. It's a threat. Okay? So in that particular case, you've got to keep in mind that when Abraham makes his covenant, he doesn't pass through the pieces. God does. So in his covenant to Abraham, God is telling Abraham through this passing through the pieces and consuming them that he is both suzerain and the one being held to the promises. It's a one-sided covenant. God will do this for Abraham's descendants. It was an incredible, shocking thing. It's something you don't expect in ancient Near Eastern suzerain treaties. So, it's to show the one-sidedness of God's promises. God will keep his promises. And he's promising on his own reputation that he will do it. So that's sort of the purpose of Abraham's narrative in Genesis 12 to 14. To show his promises, to show his covenant, and to show what happens to some of these nations that come from Abraham himself. Okay, and finally we got a super chat here from Blue Sheep 2. Thank you for the super chat for $10. At Jericho, everything in the city was to be killed, including the cattle, the donkeys, the sheep. Joshua 6. Was it a common practice to bring animals or primarily done when a battle is on the horizon? Well, yes. Here's the thing. In these walled cities, animals were generally not kept outside the walls, not at night, because of um, um, it is it's dangerous to keep animals outside because of predators, because of thieves and robbers. So when the city was locked up at night, all the animals were brought inside and kept inside people's homes. This is how the four-room house worked. The Semitic four-room house generally worked, and even in the Canaanite houses did this. Was they were multi-floor dwellings. Okay, the animals lived on the bottom floor, so you stored your animals in the bottom floor of your house, and the people lived upstairs. Okay, so when Jericho was sieged, they brought all the animals inside the gates because that's where they were kept safe. So they were also a supply of food in case the siege went on a long time. So if a battle was on the horizon, you needed to bring the animals in case it took a long time. And if it took a long time, you'd be eating the animals. Because one of the things is, well, for very long sieges, starvation was a real thing. Like, for example, when the Romans sieged Jerusalem, starvation was rampant. This is a siege that took like 7 years. And there was one point where the price of a donkey head was 60 shekels of silver. Okay? A head of a donkey was priced at 60 shekels. Now, there's a lot of good eating on a donkey head if you know what to eat. But it's usually not considered to be a prime piece of meat. Okay, so yeah, this is one of those things that it was just a common practice when a city was sieged to bring in all your animals. You needed to do that for their protection and as your larder in the case of an extended siege. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, that's the last of the super chats. So let's move on here to some of it. Gadfly asks, in what the Bible expects you to know video, you mentioned secular law. What does that mean, Dr. Falk? It means that there were laws in the land that existed through customs, etc., that pre-existed the biblical covenant. And those laws were incorporated into the biblical covenant as just, this is the practice of the land. And any good sources I should read about it? I think Richard Averbeck talks about this. But there's other people. A lot of people write on this subject. I mean, this is especially on a biblical law that's huge. There's so much material on this, so it's hard for me to recommend just one thing, especially since I don't read much of that stuff material myself. Again, it's not really that interesting to me, but yeah, like for example, divorce. Divorce pre-existed biblical covenant by millennia. The Egyptians were getting divorced long before Abraham was born. Okay, so divorce was just a common common practice in the land. So there are secular laws incorporated into the biblical narrative. We do see some repeats of, say, for example, the laws of Hammurabi. That have been, those were all secular laws. Those laws were then brought into the biblical narrative. Slavery laws, same deal. There was a lot of slavery in the land long before the Bible. It was the common accepted practice of the ancient Near East. And so much of that was secular law that had become incorporated into the Bible. So there is that tension between what are the laws of the land versus what are the laws of God. So I would again direct you. There's a huge amount of literature on this. Go to the commentaries, and there's a lot of, as I say, a lot of good literature on this. So and too much to really sort of recommend it. Okay, next one here. One from 939. Okay, we'll take that. $9.39, huh? Okay. Trying to find it here. $9.39. 9:30. Who's it by? Okay. Is this the Waters of Nephtoah? All right. Christian asks, came across a suggestion that the springs of water of Nephtoah, Joshua 15:9, may be a reference of Merneptah, supposedly etymologically sound. Yeah. It is etymologically sound. Um, it's like think of it this way: it's like the MR is taken off of Merneptah, so instead of Nephtha, Neptah, you get Nephtoah. So it is etymologically sound. So there is some possibility that the springs of Nephtoah in Joshua 15:9 are a reference to Merneptah. Yeah, that's actually quite feasible. So yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I think that works just fine. Doesn't work so well if you're an early dater. But just saying. Okay. So that's that one. SCR Scrim Orthodoxy asks, when is the new covenant declared after John the Baptist? No, it's declared in the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah 31. This is where the new covenant is declared. Yeah, you wouldn't think this would be in the Old Testament, but it is. This is where the new covenant is declared in Jeremiah 31, verse 31. Let's start with verse 29. In those days they will not say again, the fathers have eaten sour grape, and the children's teeth are set on edge. But everyone will die for his own iniquity. Each man who eats the sour grapes, his teeth will be set on edge. Now, get the picture here. Okay? You have to understand the picture here. The picture here is people who are eating grapes, and grapes are highly acidic food. So if you eat too many grapes, what happens is your teeth start feeling weird. And you got this going on here because it makes your teeth feel, it softens the enamel of your teeth, it makes it feel really numb and weird. Okay? So that's what they're saying here. Verse 29. The fathers have eaten sour grapes, acidic grapes, and the children's teeth are feeling it. Okay? This is talking about inherited sin. Okay? It's talking about the parents are sinning and the children are paying the consequences. This is Sinai covenant. Sinai covenant doesn't forgive sin. It passes it down the line. So the sins of the father pass to the son, that are passed to the grandson, that are passed to the great-grandson, and so on and so on and so on. So Israel had an accumulating debt of sin. Now, verse 29, that's the status quo. Verse 30, we get the change. But everyone will die for his own iniquity. Each man who eats the sour grapes, his teeth will be set on edge. And verse 21, behold, days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. This is our first reference to a new covenant. Not like the covenant which I made with their fathers in the day I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. My covenant which they broke, although I was a husband to them. Verse 33. But this is the covenant which I will make with the house of Israel after those days, declares the Lord. I will put my law within them, and on their heart I will write it, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Okay? So, it's in the days of Jeremiah that the new covenant is declared. But it is declared as and consummated through the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. So the new covenant begins at the crucifixion, but it is declared in the book of Jeremiah, hundreds of years prior. So I hope that you found that interesting. It's a great question, but yeah, it's an Old Testament reference. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. All right, we'll take that. Bonbon asks the question: do you think it's possible to formulate an abductive argument for God from the Exodus alone, given how abrupt the changes among Israelites were, the new specific behaviors that are universal, etc.? All right, I'm going to say this right out. I hate abductive arguments. I hate abductions in general. Abductions are a good way to formulate a hypothesis, to give you this seminal idea to create a hypothesis. That's the best use of an abduction. Now let's define what we mean by an abduction. An abduction is where you collect a small group of facts and say there's this small group of facts, we can come to this conclusion that has plausibility. That's an abduction. I hate abductions. They're great for hypothesis formulation. They are terrible as arguments. Abductive arguments shift the burden of proof. I don't like that. That's not good thinking. It basically says, this is plausible, prove me wrong, bro. And I just don't like abductive arguments. I think they're sloppy logic. They're sloppy logic. I think if you've got a lot of good evidence, you shouldn't be using an abductive argument. You should be using an inductive argument. Now, what's an inductive argument? An inductive argument is where you take your evidence, your factuals, and your counterfactuals, and you put them together, take everything you've got, and then you can argue on the basis of probability from that. So an inductive argument argues from probability. An abductive argument, it argues from plausibility. So I really think that abductive arguments are really bad arguments. I don't use them. I don't like them. Yeah, deductive arguments are great. Inductive arguments are great. Abductive arguments are rubbish. Okay. Now, that said, you can make an abductive argument for just about anything. That's one of the other things with it. You only require a small set of cherry-picked evidence to create an abductive argument. So a lot of abductions end up being cherry-picking when used as a formula for argumentation. So I just don't think it's very good. Okay? So I think there's more than enough evidence for an inductive argument for the Exodus. And if you do it that way, where you say, oh, we got this evidence for the Exodus. We've got the abandonment of Avaris in the 25th round, mid-19. We've got the death of Ramses II's firstborn. We've got the four-room homes at the Avaris that later show up in mid-12th century Israel. We've got the prohibition on pork. We've got the rituals of the tabernacle and Ark of the Covenant. Okay, now you've got this large pool of evidence that you can then make a probabilistic argument that says it is likely the Exodus happened based upon all these things. So I think it's a much, much better and stronger and more compelling argument to do just that little extra step to make it an inductive argument than to go with a abductive. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. It's a good question, but I think you're better off going inductive than abductive. Catfly says, reminds me of Bayesian probability and how you can plug anything into the background variable and get whatever you want. Yeah, sort of. Let's see. Bombon adds, do you think miracles can be used as an inductive argument for God then? Depends what you mean by miracles. I think you can use the phenomenon of miracles. There is a phenomenology about miracles that can be used in that way. But it depends also what you mean by miracles. Do you mean there's these various classes of miracles, like first order, second order, etc. Like the first order miracle being it's a complete defiance of nature. Those are almost impossible to use as evidence, because first order miracles tend to don't leave evidence, like walking on water. You're not going to find wet footprints. Okay? But you do have, say, second order miracles that are miracles of timing, like the parting of the Reed Sea. Perfectly natural phenomenon that just happened at the right time and right place. Yeah. Oh. Lord's healing miracles, I think I am really skeptical of those Marian apparition miracles. I'm really skeptical of them. That's what Lord's is, isn't it, Marian? I thought it was Marian. Yeah. Yeah. Healing miracles depends. It depends. Um uh Linus Odell asks, what's your view of the biggest problem for a maximalist view of the Exodus conquest narrative? Interested in Steelman on the other side. Oh, you do know who you're asking, right? Okay. I would say the biggest problem that, say, a maximalist view of the Exodus conquest narrative, not so much the conquest narrative, but more of the Exodus itself, would be not so much, say, even though it's often said that the proof for the existence of Moses, but more or less the identity of Moses is probably a bigger problem. The identity of Moses is a bigger problem than the existence of Moses. Okay? Like, for example, and frankly, I haven't seen a lot of atheists do this work because they're kind of lazy. Okay, but there is this idea that floats out there that, okay, yeah, we don't. There's no evidence for a a Moses. And they're right, there's no direct evidence for Moses. But there's also a lot of indirect evidence for Moses. So that becomes a less of a problem, but the identity of a Moses is much more of an issue, because you have to really sort of delve into certain historical issues there that could be steel-manned appropriately. Other than that, I would say the biggest problem for a maximalist is overreading the text. So it depends on what you mean by a maximalist. All right, too. There are, say, most of what we would call maximalism today has swinged a little more towards minimalism, and minimalism likewise has swung more towards maximalism. The two have kind of narrowed, but say an extreme maximalism will overread the text, and overreading the text is always an issue. So that would probably, if I was to sort of steelman that, maybe an overreading of the text, like for example, that the plague hit all of Egypt, when it really means all of the Egypt that's important in their locality. So, but then again, too, how steelman is that? So, yeah. But yeah, I would say that probably the biggest problem for maximalism of the Exodus would be the identity of Moses, not his existence, his identity. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Scrim Orthodoxy, just want to let you know that question spamming is prohibited. We will disqualify any question that's been repeated on the live chat. So, so we can't answer that question. All right. Bonbon asks, by using indirect evidence, aren't you using abductive argumentation? No, it's not, because it's a probabilistic argument. Okay, you have to take the counterfactuals too. That's the thing about indirect evidence, is you have to make it a probabilistic thing. So you can make an inductive argument from indirect or direct evidence. You can make an adductive argument from indirect or direct evidence. It works either way. So it's not just that the kind of evidence doesn't affect the argumentation. The argumentation is its own structure that sort of sits outside of the evidence itself. Abductive arguments are all about saying we have more reasons for X hypothesis over Y hypothesis, and using indirect evidence does that. That's not quite what an abductive argument is, okay? It's not more reasons. It's reasons, okay? An abductive argument says we have reasons for hypothesis X. Okay? That could use indirect or direct evidence. But the thing with the structure of an abductive argument is it's not doing that probabilistic comparison. It's just saying we've got some thoughts on this, got some evidence for this. We're not going to take all of the evidence. So it's plausible. Abductive arguments are always arguments of plausibility. They're not arguments of probability. So in the case of an abduction, I know people are really into abductive arguments right now. They're super sexy right now. People love them. I just think they're lazy thinking. I just don't think they're good thinking. But then I'm very old school. I'm old school regarding my philosophy. Taking a philosophy degree tends to do that to you. sorry, Bon Bon, but you're talking to an old school a guy who got old school philosophy training, okay? So it's like but everyone is using abduction now. Yeah, everyone is. Especially in the last 10, 15 years. It's seen a especially out of the British schools have been really pushing these ideas of abductive arguments. And you look at, say, for example, the Encyclopedia of Philosophy from the 1980s, and they'll just tell you that abduction is just for hypothesis formulation. So yeah, it's just like so. But old school philosophers won't use an abduction like that. It's just too sloppy, just too sloppy, and plausibility arguments are pretty weak. Especially if you start having counterfactuals. In fact, in my first popcorn review, against Michael Jones, Inspiring Philosophy, he used abductive arguments a lot. Okay, and it's like he now no longer does that. That's a good thing. Okay, so yes, I show them the weakness of such arguments. But you know how I had to do that, though, was go down his entire list and show a counterfactual. At every point there was a counterfactual. Now that's the problem with it too, is it doesn't place the burden of the proof of the guy who's making the argument. It's placing the burden of proof on the guy who's not making the argument. That's not good burden of proof. And if the burden of proof is wrong, then the argumentation has to be flawed. Yeah. Yeah. Haha, funny to think IP copped the first round of popcorn. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Strange. And you know what? We've become really great friends. He listened and he learned and he's better now today. He's never been better today than ever. He's better today. I mean, his argumentation is better. His thought processes are more rigorous. He consults outside experts now. Incredibly. Yeah, he's incredibly thorough now. Of course, he's also educated. He's now got his master's degree in philosophy too, which has helped him tremendously. Also, yeah, BC4YT abductive arguments could be. Oh yeah, that's the heart of it. Yeah, that's what abductive arguments are. You throw out a few facts, and he says plausible. Could be. Prove me wrong. Moon could be made of green cheese. It's kind of greenish yellow, greenish white. Mrs. Producer say, it's all made out of mochi because of the rabbit they're making mochi. Okay. Shabbat Shalom asks the question. The case for the real Mount Sinai being Arabia, terrible. It's a terrible case. It couldn't be worse. Okay. This is a lunatic theory that was started by Ron Wyatt. Wrong Wyatt. Okay. Just, oh my gosh, it's so bad. It's so bad. I mean, I don't even know where to start with how bad the Mount Sinai argument in Arabia is. It's Con Wyatt, yeah. There's not a single thing about this that stands scrutiny. Nothing stands scrutiny about Mount Sinai being Arabia. Nothing. Nuiba Beach. There's no Yam Suf there. There's no reeds there. Can't be the Sea of Reeds. There's no reeds. It's a saltwater beach. That's a problem. There's no underwater sand bridge. The depths go down to 800 meters. That's a problem, especially if you've got a wind from the east separating the waters. There's split rock. Isn't that Kadesh Barnea like the Bible says it is? Okay, we know where Kadesh Barnea is. You can go down 800 meters if it's dry land. But you're going to get pressure problems down at those depths with all that water around you. Yeah, awful. I mean, but the problem is if you've got a wind from the east separating the waters, that's a 3,000 mile per hour wind. There's no wind in the solar system that's that powerful.
Spread the robes. Went behind Mary.
Well, I mean, the fact is too, you know, as soon as that, I heard this crazy thing when, because you know, if that wind's going to be blowing, it's going to be blowing not just blowing the waters apart, but blowing everybody away at 3,000 miles an hour. But I heard some crazy guy said, you know, that the wind's part of the water, but then the wind stopped while they crossed. Yeah, that was my crazy for this week. They stopped. That'd be very awkward. Oh yeah, as soon as that wind stops and the water's closed, the impact wave, you would have tsunami across the entire area. It'd be awful. Okay, then you got, say, the quote burning of the Mount Sinai in Arabia. Well, it isn't oxidation. It's desert varnish, a well-known phenomenon in the ancient Near East. The candelabra glyphs and the cow glyphs are Nabatean. We know they're Nabatean. We find other examples of them across the ancient Near East. Okay? The like a cow in a twister, yeah, sort of. Sharknado, but cows. Like, yeah, that's crazy stuff. So-called altar there isn't an altar, it's a corral. No altar in the ancient Near East Bronze Age looked like that. The pillars, the so-called 12 pillars. Well, in the Bible, they're matzebot. They're standing stele. These are round, chiseled stone columns. They're not pillars. At least not matzebot. So, and even them, those the so-called pillars on the east side and the west side, those are all Nabatean. And those date to 200 BC. So, yeah, the case for the real Mount Sinai being in Arabia is just so bad. It also has to be within a certain distance of the Sea of Reeds. Okay? And we know that the Sea of Reeds is actually in the northwest Sinai. The one, at least the one that's found in the book of Exodus and Numbers. So, so the whole idea that Mount Sinai is in Arabia is just lunacy. It's lunacy. Harry Stark asks, among the different candidates for the tomb of Jesus, is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre the closest candidate? I think so. The recent excavations at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre has found pottery shards that date to the 1st and 2nd centuries AD that indicate that this was a site of pilgrimage. So the most recent evidence shows that the Holy Sepulchre is likely to be the closest candidate for the tomb of Jesus. And there also is an indication there. They also found other things too, like olive pits. They found olive pits there, pollen. So there's evidence too that there used to be a garden at the Holy Sepulchre. So before it became the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, it does seem to have been a proper tomb that was a pilgrimage site with a garden. That's pretty remarkable. Okay. Yeah, it's also the one that was recognized later on by Constantine's mother. Although I wouldn't rate that very high in evidence, just because of the onomastica problem. But I think it's the best candidate based upon the archaeological evidence. The other thing too is that the other competing, next closest competing candidate, which is Gordon's cavalry, isn't a good fit. It isn't a good fit. Gordon's cavalry has a garden, but the tombs there date to the Iron Age. They date to around 700 BC. So all of those tombs are way too old to be the tomb of Jesus. Way too old. So the Gordon's cavalry is a nice looking sight. Very ornate. It gives you the feel of what it would have looked like in the days of Christ. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, the Holy Sepulchre has been so modified, it doesn't give you really the feel of what a first century tomb would be like. And Gordon's cavalry does. It does give you a feel of what a tomb would have been like back then. Now, there's some things that are wrong about Gordon's cavalry that have been also modified. For example, the so-called rolling stone. That rolling stone was placed in what we call a feeding trough. Okay? That rolling stones really weren't like that for covering up tombs. So there was so Gordon's cavalry will give you the feel of it, but the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is probably the actual tomb of Jesus. And at the time too, it was outside the city limits. That's sort of the other sort of we're told about the tomb as well. That it's outside the city limits of Jerusalem, which at the time the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was outside of the city limits. So, oh yeah, the city did build around it. Okay, so BC 4YT. Are we assuming there was a garden there because the women thought the angel was a gardener? Yep. Yep. You don't have gardeners where there's no garden. Okay. Kwame Adu asks, also, there was a temple built to Jupiter at the site in the early 2nd century. Yeah, after the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, the temple of Jupiter was built over top of it. Harry Stark asks, was the Wailing Wall part of the Roman fortress of Antonia? No, it wasn't. Wait, wow, we're getting some great archaeological questions at the end, finally. Um, the Wailing Wall is actually part of the extension of Herod's Plaza. Okay? Now, the fortress of Antonia was north of the temple. Okay? And it looked down into the temple. The Wailing Wall is located on the south, I believe, the southwest portion. Now, what happened was Herod, when he did his remodeling of the temple, he created a wall, a retaining wall, and filled it in so he could expand the plaza southward. Okay? So, the Wailing Wall is part of that Herodian expansion of the plaza southward. So the Wailing Wall is not part of the fortress, but it is part of that retaining wall for the plaza itself. Okay? So, ooh, ouch. Gandalf the Based. Which tomb do you consider to be David's tomb? There are multiple locations that claim to be, and Expedition Bible clearly has his selected. I don't know if there is a Davidic tomb. Here is the issue with Judean kings. There's a problem with tombs of say Israelite kings, and that is a lot of them were cremated. A lot of Judean kings were cremated, and their ashes were buried in unknown locations. We don't know exactly if David was cremated, but it's possible. So the whole idea of, say, this is why we don't have a lot of tombs for Israelite kings. We got lots of tombs for other kings in other areas. Like, we do have tombs for the Ur dynasty. We do have tombs for even the Assyrian kings. We have tombs for Egyptian kings. Oh boy, do we have tombs for Egyptian kings. We got lots of tombs for Egyptian kings. We don't have any really confirmed tombs for Israelite kings. Any of them. So, this is, because of this, it is, and because there are large funeral piles located outside of Jerusalem, it is generally thought that Israelite kings were not buried as much as cremated. Gandalf the Base says, "Does Scripture say David was buried with his fathers?" Yes, but that's just a euphemism. That's just a euphemism that's basically says, he's dead and gone and buried. It doesn't say how he was buried, and it doesn't say what happened, what the burial customs were. So don't think here that the Scripture is saying that they took his body and just planted it in a ground somewhere. We don't have any evidence of that, and the evidence does seem to point more towards cremation. Now, they might have collected his ashes afterwards and buried those somewhere. It wasn't uncommon for kings of the Levant to also be buried under oak trees. In fact, we have, say, for example, the burial of Saul. That he was buried beneath an oak tree. Presumably, he was cremated, and then his remains, his bones, were then cremated or interred under an oak tree. So, we're not sure. Gandalf the Base asks, Would they bury them, burn them, and randomly bury them, or would there be family graves? We are not sure if there had family graves or if they randomly buried it. Like, for example, in the case of Saul, it's not a family grave, although it could have been a family grotto. We do know he gets he's buried under an oak tree. So is that oak tree, is this a sacred oak grotto? They had those in the ancient Near East and in Israel. So it's possible that Saul was buried in a grotto somewhere. But we're not sure. We don't know. So, Neurojack asks the question, a member question here. He asks, what's the significance of Troy and the Hittites in biblical history, biblical historical context? Not too much. There is some. Troy, what happened at Troy is the beginning of, say, the fall of the Hittite Empire, the New Kingdom, the Hittite New Kingdom. And what's happened at Troy is that Greeks tried to take siege of an Anatolian Hittite city. So they siege Troy, they take Troy, and they start sort of occupying the area. So this is sort of the kind of the cusp of the Hittite empire losing control. So this is going to happen just as the Israelites are going to getting a foothold in Canaan. So there's no Hittite empire to become a problem for the Israelites. So that would be its immediate contextual history. But there's also going to be the fact too that later on, the Hittite empire is just going to fall apart, and it's going to form into these neo-Hittite states, essentially these sort of cities, provincial states that were once the Hittite Empire. And the neo-Hittite states are going to play a small role in, say, the Book of Kings, where it talks about the kings of the Hittites. And those kings of the Hittites are not the massive Hittite Empire, but the small neo-Hittite states. So they'll also play a small role in the Book of Kings as well, Kings and Chronicles. So that would be the biggest significance that the Hittites play in with regards to, say, the fallout from the Trojan War. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat or the member question. Really appreciate it. Okay. I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to call it a night here. Harry Starks, the one on this one? Okay. All right, we'll take this last question, then we'll call it a night. What are a few examples of ancient historical figures whose historical documentation about their lives came after they died? Just about every Roman emperor. Read the Lives of the Emperors by Suetonius. Okay. Most of the Roman historians who talk about Roman emperors did so long after their deaths. Okay? Because it's safer. It's a lot safer. So just about every Roman emperor was written about post-mortem. Okay? So, it's like, when it talks about, Caligula and Nero, and yeah, we got a few documentation, but of them, but a a lot of those Roman emperors didn't leave a whole lot behind, and it was the historians who who uh, who talked about them after they died, and that's our primary sources of information for the Roman empires are the historians of Rome. So, it wasn't uncommon in the ancient world to write about these historical figures after they died. It was more common to write about them after death than while they were still alive, just because it was less dangerous. Okay? You didn't risk your life by talking about a dead emperor. You could be in real trouble about talking about a living one. Oh boy. Yeah, you waited for their immediate family to pass on too, and their generals and visors. Because, again, risky stuff. Risky stuff talking about a king. Okay? This is why, for example, in a lot of biblical texts, you'll sometimes see kings talked about in circumspect terms because of the risk of slander. Okay? Or the risk of catching the king on a wrong day. The biggest example of this is, for example, in the Uzzah. Okay, Uzzah, David's nephew. Now, you're never told he's David's nephew directly. Okay, you're just told, you're given this genealogy at the very beginning, before he touches the Ark of the Covenant, and you're told that he is the son of Abinadab. Well, Abinadab is David's brother. That makes him a Judite and David's nephew. So when the writer of the Book of Kings, has recorded this, at least the original one, because it is a compiled work from various chronicles, they had done it in a very circumspect way, where they kind of just expect you to know David's background and his brothers to figure this out. It's spilling tea, exactly. Yep, it's exactly spilling tea. Yeah. Mama says it takes a while for some topics to be safe from retribution. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, Mama, did you see the update to the cover of book 3? I hope you enjoyed that. I did implement all your suggestions, and I'm very, very grateful for that. So, as I said before earlier, we have completed the cover for book 3 of the War of the Gods series. So, a few select people have already seen it. Too soon? Too soon? Oh no! She's gonna go look. Yeah, I fixed all the embroidery and did some color grading on it, so it should be better now. Question: how's your Plagues book coming along? Haven't worked on it recently because I've got some other projects that I have to do deadlines on. So, but that's the very next project after the video game gets done. So, she's gonna go look now. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're probably going to call it a night at this point. I want to thank everyone who contributed to the channel through your super chats. Thank you very much, because that is where we earn most of our money on this channel, so we really appreciate that. Mama says here, looks great. The clothing items mentioned are fixed really well. Well, thank you. Thank you. Awesome. 10 out of 10. Great. Okay, so again, I want to thank everybody who joined us tonight, who asked your questions. We got some really great archaeology questions at the end. And just a reminder, this Wednesday, two reminders. Monday, part 2 of our masterclass on epigraphy. Wednesday is our special live stream where we talk about the War of the Gods and particularly spill all the tea and spoilers on all the stars as angels. So if you haven't read that already, please do so, because again, lots and lots of spoilers on Wednesday. And it's going to be a call-in show, so you can actually participate live. So very unusual. We don't do these very often, but we do these 1 month after we release a book. So we hope you join us for that. I want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube subscribers. You guys help keep the equipment repaired and functioning, and we really do appreciate that. And finally, I want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share the URL with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. With that said, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It was a great live stream, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.